Hi, good evening, everyone. We're just getting started with some audio tests since this is the first time I've done this on a Discord call with someone. So bear with us for just a minute. Okay.
I just
All
need to
right,
mute
Matias,
you.
give us a little story.
Uh, right now I'm trying to figure out how to mute you on this side right now.
Okay, give me another word or two.
Uh,
Gonna wait.
I'm just trying to figure out the audio right now so I can. Oh God, this is so much.
Okay. Well, you let me know when you're all set and ready to go, and we'll get this baby started. Any luck, my friend?
No, I can't really figure out where to mute you.
You don't need to necessarily hear the stream even if you're just on the Discord call. It's just a little bit of music in the back.
Okay. Yeah, it's like I want to mute everything, but I can't mute the stream.
There should be, yeah, like a little speaker button that you can just hit. Like, are you trying to mute the stream itself?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, on the screen, there should be at the very bottom, beside the pause button, a little mute unmute button. Can you see it there?
No, I cannot.
Are you on mobile?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, I'm like looking on mobile and trying to see if I can figure this out. So if you go to the little gear at the top
Yeah.
right, it does have background audio. I don't know if that'll do it. I don't use the mobile a lot. If anyone in chat has any recommendations, feel free to throw it in there. I'm very unfamiliar with the um, mobile platform.
Um. Uh. We can just start for now.
Are you just like hearing everything double?
Kinda, but I'm just on the Discord right now, and I'm just gonna try and get it on another device.
Okay, sounds good. Well, we can get started then, as long as you're good with that.
Yeah.
Our audio levels sound alright. If anyone does notice anything, or if any of us are a little too quiet, feel free again to throw it in chat. We can help you guys out, but we shall get started.
I actually really enjoyed this like blowing session just because it was so different from I guess what I do. Like just you're such a sculptor, and I guess I'm more of a vessel blower in a sense. Like if we were to define things.
Yeah, I know you make a lot more like large scale blown work, but you still add sculpted elements to it. Like you've been putting like roses and other kind of like bits and flowery bits and stuff
Yeah,
on there,
yeah.
right? Like you've always kind of do that.
Bit work is fun. Like I've never like I feel like sculpting to me is just like a giant bit work.
Yeah, I guess I suppose so. I mean, the stuff that you you crank out is all I'd say just as challenging because the scale, man. I don't know how you control even just the necks of those vessels, how thin and like I've seen you when you pull out the like necks of those big things. I'll even pull one up on stream here for anyone that wants to see. Give me a second. So Matias makes these giant crazy vessels with these really long squiggly necks, and I see him heat them up, and you need to heat it up enough that you can pull it, and it just looks like such a rodeo. Like, it's absolutely insane. Check these things out. They're beautiful. He's got like really, really cool color application in there. Like, they're so interesting. Just and with these, do you like just use cane, or do you ever use frit? Like, do you just prefer to use like the cane?
I usually just make like cane marini type things for those. Like
Just roll them up.
Yeah, and just roll them up. I have been wanting to try like the plunger technique, but it just scares me so much, to be honest. Like I saw Rob do it this semester, and it was just so different from how I do a roll up. And even like doing like a collar roll up is difficult. Like, I always do my roll ups on a bubble just because I feel like that's the easiest. I don't know. It's always difficult. It's always nerve wracking, and I don't know if I like using like graphite spray or like kiln shelf more. There's never a perfect way, which kind of pisses me in a sense.
Yeah. So for everyone that's just joining the stream, today we're sitting down with Matias Martinez. He is a fellow glass worker of mine in the glass department that I'm in. He is, I mean, you said you primarily define yourself as a blower, or like, you know, blow / sculpted vessel kind of worker.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah, but today we're going to be streaming a little clip of us making, I'm making a fish, and Matias makes this really cool little, like, demon goblin vessel. It's super cute. I love him.
Yeah, honestly, I love him too. It's something I've just never made like that, and I don't know, it's just adorable.
It was super cute. But anyway, we're going to have that playing in the background. This is an interview style stream, so feel free to throw any questions in chat if you have them. We're more than happy and honestly kind of looking to answer them. fill the blank space and void. Feel free to ask them just about ourselves or anything that you're seeing on the stream, because I mean, we are showing some different processes, and if you ever have any questions about any vocabulary, we'll try to explain everything best we can, but we're more than happy to answer questions. So on that note, I know we were throwing around some terms about your vessels, so I know a lot of people that are in the stream have very little experience with glass blowing, or maybe you guys have seen like the Blown Away, the TV series Blown Away. So for those of you that are not sure, Matias uses special color application for these larger vessels of his, where he uses cane. Matias, do you want to explain a little bit more about how you do your work with cane? What kind of, like, how you make the cane and then how you apply it?
Yeah, I can totally do that. Cane, so like cane is all like the color designs and the kind of like circles that you're seeing everywhere on like when you saw the pictures of all these crazy like vessels. And they're kind of made by like a little, like, you start with a chunk of color and you pick it up inside like a pickup box, which is just like a box that heats up the color to a degree that it won't crack when you try and pick it up and you reheat it. And then essentially you do that a couple times and try and create a design within that. Usually like I do circles, like I've learned a couple other ones like spirals and like just like how to create like half crescents, but those are all in like I don't know how to describe them. They're just like very different, like just a bunch of squishing techniques, I guess, to put it in simple terms. And then you kind of just like you overlay that until it's whatever size you want, and on the hot glass pipe it'll just be like a cylinder of color that you can see. and then another person will, your assistant will bring like basically a flat disc of clear to in a really cold like they'll get it really cold, almost that it might crack, but that doesn't really matter. And then you kind of just like you get your side really hot, like your cylinder side, and then you attach it and you pull it across the room, or you try to. And
It's
then
pretty wild how long you can get just a big blob of glass.
Yeah, and then you kind of just get like this like cane, like Marini cane or whatever you want to call it, and it's called cane just because it looks just like a cane. I don't know, like a straight narrow stick, like a cylinder, just all stretched out, and then you just chop those up into whatever size you want, and you put those on kind of like a little plate, and then you heat that plate up again like you did to make the cane, and then you essentially just roll a bubble onto it.
Yeah, and then you blow it out.
They're super fun to make and super stressful because I feel like every little one of those pieces has so much color and time put into it, and you can't really like use those parts again if it breaks.
Yeah, it's a lot of all or nothing, that's for sure.
Yeah.
We have a question for you already, or a question just in general. Oh my gosh. This is my coworker that asked it, and I know that he said I know that he said his username when I was at work, and I know I'm not going to be able to pronounce it now. Vyrkyk? Vyrkyk.
Yeah, I see.
He says, what were the hardest parts of these projects? Like, if you're referring to, like, don't dox me. Sorry, buddy. If we're talking about, like, the projects that we made specifically in this video, I mean, I'm working on something that I have never really made before. I usually do a lot of solid sculpting. Like, if you guys were here at the beginning of the stream and you saw our starting soon page, that is completely solid glass, and I'm very used to working and sculpting with solid glass, but this semester I wanted to challenge myself by sculpting things that are blown, so that are hollow, because I'm wanting to stick fossils inside the glass. So, like, the glass is a 3D representation of whatever the fossil would be, and it's looking at alternative display methods and alternative means of display. So instead of just having, like, you know, a fossil behind a display case, well, why not use glass for more than just like a building tool, and use it also for like an educative and kind of like an artistic tool, and make the display case look like the creature and also hold it. But yeah, for that I need it hollow, and it's definitely not something that I've done a lot of. And on top of that, I have to find a way to not only, you know, make this thing blown and like hollow and put in all like the every little detail and crease and bit, but also put a hole somewhere in it that's big enough to fit the fossils. And specifically the one we were doing in this one, it was this giant fish fossil that was like just about the size of the glass piece, and we had to find a way to slot it in there. So that was, yeah, that was a challenge. I'll let you answer too, Matias. I'm just going to answer one really quick question from Asteroid. So for the giveaway, guys, I think I have it set. This is my first time doing it, but I think it looks like it's working just fine. But if there are problems, we'll take it as it comes. But everyone should get one ticket for free just for being on the stream, just for coming down and saying hi. After that, you got to use the loyalty points, which we call ours cullet, because that's the little pieces of glass that we put in a furnace to melt down is called cullet. So that's what we earn here. You should get cullet every 10 minutes, and how it's set is essentially one ticket is 20 minutes of view time. So the longer you guys hang around, the more tickets you can earn and enter the giveaway. We are going to pick the giveaway winner at 9:30 Mountain Standard Time. So if for any instance, like if you're just dropping in for a little bit because you got to go to a class or you're gonna have dinner, don't worry about sitting through all of it. I know, like, that is a dedication of your time on a Friday night, so if you can't do that, don't stress. Just set a timer for 9:30 Mountain Standard Time, come back on the stream, we'll announce the winner at that point, and what we'll probably get you to do is, whoever the winner is, if you have Facebook or Instagram, I'll get you to message me directly and we'll figure out how to get you your prize. But that's kind of the game plan with that. So yeah, Matias, now you get to talk about
I kind of tried something that I guess I sculpt, but I never like intentionally sculpt like this whole thing to make one piece. Like it's usually a sculpture that goes onto like a blown vessel. So this was like something super different and that I have never tried before, and we definitely had a bit of a rodeo near the end of it, and it was just like a really interesting thing for me just because I guess I just enjoyed getting out of my comfort zone for a bit, and it was hard. Like I think the hardest part in this one was like actually getting used to like using the Ranger, because I don't really use the Ranger that much, and the Ranger is that little torch kind of handle thing that you can see that's in front of Kenzie. And that's essentially just like an oxygen propane torch that's very concentrated, and you need special glasses to use it.
Otherwise it'll fry your retina.
Yeah.
So that's why
Kinda
I have like the
dangerous.
weird awkward double glasses that you'll see me flipping up and down. It's so I don't lose my eyes.
Yeah, so that was something to get used to, and yeah, I had fun, honestly. I don't think there was nothing too hard about it, but everything's a rodeo when you're not used to it.
Yeah, I mean, even when you're sculpting, and I've learned this too, like on a blown vessel, which we were both doing in this little clip here, it's so challenging to get the heating right, which I know like is really hard to describe when you don't blow glass, because, you know, like if glass cools down too fast, it'll shock and it'll break. Like I know sometimes that happens, you know, you take a cup straight out of the dishwasher, it's too hot, you put ice in it and it just cracks. It's very similar to that, but it's hard because solid glass will hold heat a lot better, or like a lot longer than hollow glass, and blown glass, because it's thinner, but blown glass will heat up faster. So you have all these different elements, these solid elements and these hollow elements all together on one piece, and you're trying to figure out how to heat it to, you know, not get the vessel too cold, but also not too hot so it doesn't collapse. But then you have to worry about all these solid things that are working at a completely different kind of like temperature range, and so it does get to be like a little bit of a mental challenge just as much as it is like a physical challenge, right? Just try to use your knowledge to really problem solve, and I don't know, I guess it's one of those things that you just kind of have to learn by working with the material. There's like a little bit of theory behind it and whatnot, but I don't know. It's just one of those things that you just have to figure it out by trying it. And the nice thing about having the Ranger too is because it is so powerful that if something were to happen where it cracks, which we did have one or two instances of that during this, and you'll see us battling with it, but you can melt the cracks back in, like unless it hits the floor and explodes. Like I've seen people, oh my gosh, yeah. Well, I've seen people like someone like a couple fall off.
If it bounces, you can pick it up.
Yeah, it's, oh my gosh, that's like one of my favorite things to see in the hot shop, when someone's piece falls off the pipe and it didn't break when it hits the floor, and someone's trying to get more glass on another pipe and get it tacky enough that you can pick it up and try to reheat it, and everyone's just like running around and screaming, and the chicken with its head cut off. Oh my gosh, it's so good. But yeah, I mean, I think this whole slot was, I don't know, it was really good. I feel like it was really productive, and I learned a lot by, I mean, number one, working with someone else, because you're not someone that I usually will work with, and just having that fresh set of eyes really does help when you're going through a new process, because, you know, you work with the same person, you usually get the same kind of input. You work with someone new that has a completely different skill set, and I mean, I feel like you were one of the best people to work with this on, because you do these bigger hollow forms with small bits on it, and that's exactly what I had to do here, so I think it worked out really well.
No, like I definitely agree with you on there. Like I've definitely was doing. I'm kind of doing like what you're doing in just like a more flowery sense.
Well, I mean, quite literally.
Yeah, quite literally.
Putting on your little
Just
flowers. But you don't just do those guys too. Here, I'll pull up another picture for people on stream. I know you also, like, Matias makes these really sweet goblets, but they're not like your traditional Venetian glass goblet that you look at. Like, they have lots of really organic shapes and beautiful ridges, and
Yeah,
I don't know, I really
like
enjoy
my
them.
goblet work. And like now doing them solo is something I've never thought I'd be able to do. Like
But yeah,
that's
I
like
mean, it's hard enough just trying to figure out the heats when someone's trying to, bring you stuff, let alone you having to go, hang something up, grab another pipe, and try to aim. That's the hardest part, is aiming when you drop the bit.
yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Honestly, just like trying to get used to using both hands and spinning at the same time is just like has been such a challenge for me. Like just trying to like use my left hand to spin very evenly more. I guess like my right hand is just like my most even spin.
Yeah. Yeah, so again, for people that don't know, when you're blowing glass, like, it's usually really nice to have an assistant there to bring you stuff, because a lot of these pieces are put together all in one sitting in the hot shop, but they're put together in pieces. They don't come from the same blob. So for example, the one that's on the screen, the little blue goblet, the cup would be made, and then you'd add the stem, and then you'd add the foot, or whatever order you decide to make it in. But usually it's nice to have someone to bring you the extra pieces of glass. But like when Matias is talking about making it solo, he's having to stand on the outside of the bench with the pipe laying across it, and then he has to bring another pipe with more glass. And with glass, like it's like trying to keep honey on a stick. You have to keep rotating it and using centrifugal force to keep it on, right? So he has to try to reach over the bench and keep one thing turning while keeping the other thing turning and attaching. Oh my gosh, it's so insane. I don't know how you do it.
No, it's literally just a bunch of stress I put myself through for no reason. But but
Like,
it's skills I'm learning.
I can solo blow. I could do the solo cups, goblets. Oh no, no, not my area of expertise.
I
That
guess
is.
I just got bored of like doing like solo really big vessels, and so I'm just like, let's go refine something else.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
One thing I haven't done is like color drops or anything color, like trails. Like I don't know how people do those types of things. That's so much like intricate handwork. Like
Yeah. I've seen some people do them. You just have to like set up the yolks and everything to help you out, and oh man, it's still insane what people can do with enough experience. I think it's such a useful skill to have, though, being able to blow by yourself. Because, I mean, it does save you money from having to hire assistants in the future.
yeah, that's definitely true.
Oh my gosh. So, feel free, guys, to put questions in chat. That's why we're here. We're here to answer them, whether it's about us, our work, whether it's about glass in general, whether it's about what we're making. Even be just really anything. I had some that we've already kind of collected from Instagram. I did a little pre-Q&A where I asked people what they would like to see. Got some fun ones. Not a lot actually gloss related, surprisingly, just some, kind of fun questions. So, we got a question. This one was asked to keep anonymous. They mentioned that they had watched some of my streams before and noticed that we were always jamming to something in the background. But of course, I usually put my lo-fi stuff on top. And they were curious what we like to listen to while working in the shop. You want to go first?
Is it because I'm always playing the most music in the shop?
I mean, you actually, like, there is a speaker system in the shop that most of us will just plug our phone in on aux, but Matias brings his own speaker and, like, sets up.
Yo, because then you have a Bluetooth and you can just like have it in your pocket if you want to change the song. Like, I have my reasons. There's methods to the madness, you know. But I guess I put on lots of like I don't know how you would describe it, like upbeat kind of like either I don't know, like just like upbeat music of any kind. Like I used to play a lot of jazz, but like now I kind of just like need that like really whatever it's gonna be, like either if it's like some upbeat rap or hip hop or like lo-fi or some remixes or anything of the sorts of that, like old school pop or like just like oldies and things like that, like
Just whatever you're feeling that day,
yeah, like it's just the only thing I don't put on is country, so it's really the only piece I got. So.
eh? Just no
I just
country
can't
at all,
blow
just
glass.
very
I can't
against.
blow glass to country, you know? Like I just can't. I can't. This it's like a stopping hold.
Here, it's like, no, we're going home for the day, we're wrapping up.
Yeah, like I'd probably break everything.
Oh my gosh, that against it, hey? Oh. I feel like country's such like a make or break it thing for people too. You either love it or you hate it. I don't know anyone that I've heard that's like legitimately
I
just
can admit there are some country songs that are bangers, you know, but like not all country songs hit that hard. Like I feel very rare hit that hard.
I guess so. Amazing. I have like a
What do you want to listen to when
yeah,
you're
I
blowing
have
glass?
a very and I mean you know this. I have a very eclectic like music playlist. I got a lot of like early 2000s really cringy like rock music on there because you know sometimes you just need a little hype from My Chemical Romance or something, you know. I do got a lot of like more, I don't know, I feel like I just gotta say the same, just anything kind of upbeat with the occasional little cringy early 2000s surprise because I just like to see people's reactions, you know, when you get all these, you know, top chart alternative songs, blah blah blah. And then all of a sudden Britney Spears' Toxic comes on and all of a sudden everyone's dancing, so you gotta throw in the curveballs. It makes it
I
exciting.
love when people start like singing together in the hot shop. That's the best.
Yeah, and dancing around and there's like molten glass flinging everywhere and we're like, is this safe? Probably not. We're doing it anyway.
Yeah. Didn't you flip the glass all the way around this time around?
I did. So like when you want to elongate the glass, like use gravity. It's your best friend, right? Save you some energy. And so you'll see a couple times like I swing it back and forth, and something that some people do, especially with smaller work, is they'll just do like full 360s with the pipe. They just fling this thing around. And usually the people that I see doing that are like really tall or they have really long arms. And I am this tiny little 5'5" gremlin. Not even 5'5", I think I'm 5'4". And Matias was making some sort of joke about me flinging it around, and I did it at one point, and oh man, it probably looked so awkward because I'm so small, and by that point, the glass was not necessarily, like, a very small, controllable form. It's just flinging everywhere. It's fine. It's fine. We don't worry about it.
Yeah, but I think that's one of the funnest things to do. It just like makes you feel like just like a superhero holding like some like kind of like energy weapon. You're just like, this is so cool.
That, or when you're stripping glass.
Oh yeah.
So if you want to get, you know, you blow your glass and then you can dip back into the furnace and gather more, right? You can only get small amounts at a time. So you have to build it up
Not
in
only.
layers.
You can get big amounts.
If you're
At a time.
you, if you're you, you still gotta build it up in layers, right? But if you don't want like a full layer coating, you kind of just want a half. You can do this thing called like stripping, like you strip gather, and essentially you do a dip and then you hold it up, as vertical as you can, and you just let the excess glass just kind of fall off, and it's super satisfying. It's super satisfying. Just
I
pure
think we
molten.
have a video of me doing a really big strip on here.
We totally do. Oh my gosh. Yeah, if you want to see that, stay tuned. It's gonna be sweet. It's
Because,
super
like,
satisfying.
lately when I've been doing them with my pieces, like, I don't know, it's never happened before, but usually there's, like, a big bucket of water to do it into, but there's not this semester, so I've just been doing it onto the floor.
Yeah, I mean,
And it, like, bubbles up like crazy, like, something crazy happens, like, it, like, I don't know,
I
and
think
it
it's
creates,
just like
a
all the
sheen.
dirt on the floor, maybe just off gassing into the glass or something. I'm
It's
sure.
beautiful.
Oh, it's super satisfying. I feel like, yeah, I mean, the bucket is nice because if you strip into the bucket, then you can reuse the glass. You can remelt it down. Because it hasn't touched the floor, hasn't gotten anything dirty in it, but as soon as you put it on the floor. Yeah, I don't know why, I don't know where our bucket is. Where is our bucket?
I haven't really asked Lisa about it, but like Lisa has seen me make one of my big pieces and seen the floor and
Okay,
not
well,
said anything. So I don't
Monday, we're gonna go into the shop and demand our bucket.
know. Honestly,
Yeah, there we
all
go.
I would do
See me
with that
swinging
is
the
make
piece.
a Prince Rupert's drop.
Oh, I just saw it on the stream. You saw Matias doing the little go around, and I did it.
I did see that.
I think I do it again. I do it again on the second fish.
It's fun.
It's really fun, but oh man. There's a couple benches in the studio that we're at, and the bench that we're at, the roof is it's not even that it's
Low.
necessarily, it is lower here, but there's also like where the bench is oriented,
pipe.
it's right above the pipes and all of these like eye protection required signs, and anytime, like, even when I just lift up the pipe to knock something off or I like spin it, I always end up hitting it, like one of the signs.
I've never hit a sign before.
Oh my gosh, I do it all the time, especially when I'm making like production work, like Christmas balls where you need to come and you're adding the stem and you have to lift up the pipe really high. I always hit the ceiling and I'm like I'm so worried I'm gonna break something. Oh my gosh. Let me pull up another question here for us, unless anyone has any more in chat. Then we can answer those too. What are your plans after graduating?
Do you want to answer this first then?
No, go for it. I know you probably have more of a plan than I do anyway.
Oh shit. Just give me 2 seconds actually.
Yeah, of course. Well, I'll answer then. Oh gosh. What am I gonna do after graduating? We're still figuring that out, day at a time. I've been working on developing a small collective with a couple other glass artists, both like all from my university, AU Arts, but also like some of them are alums, some that are currently going there. We're called Silica and Soda. We've done a couple sales, both online and in person, because we kind of got started during COVID, which is like super weird trying to start a business, especially an art business, because everything is so, especially with glass, is so tactile and about seeing the piece and seeing the optics, and so doing online sales is definitely a hurdle, but I really love to continue to work with that. I think that there's a lot of opportunities there, especially for looking at getting grants and group opportunities for showing, but I will still, like, of course, work on my own business and my own work. I got some things that I've been developing. I think immediately after graduating, I'd love to try to find some sort of residency to complete to really hone in on my skills and see if I can get into a studio and work as an assistant. To be honest, I think that's one of the best things that you could hope for out of school. Of course, you can like run your own kind of freelance art business, but I think if you're really wanting entrance into a glass career, finding a shop to work for or assist for, or even like going to a glass school and working as like a janitor or a, you know, cafeteria worker, just getting to be in those like settings where you have the opportunity to blow glass and watch people blow glass and get time and get taught is, from what I can tell and from like the experience of alumni and my professors, it seems to be like one of the best ways to really kind of get your hands in it. So that's gonna be my game plan, is really just reaching out and contacting everyone and anyone I can, like, hi, I'm here, do you want help? Hi, I'm here, do you want help? And just bugging them without bugging them, you know?
Yeah.
see what'll come out. What about you?
I think like yesterday yesterday when we were having that conversation like with Rob and just talking about like production work and like how to get into shops, and you know, like the idea of like persistence really comes up a lot. And I think that's kind of what I want to do, but at the same time, like I think I might just like fuck off to somewhere like, or like in South America and just like live for free for a little bit and kind of not focus on anything. But at the same time, I am working all my skills right now to be an assistant for somebody that's well known, or somebody that I can just persistently ask until they say yes.
I mean, like, I've heard lots of stories from like alumni and professors and stuff, and that's all you do is you just, I don't know, it's very rare that an opportunity just comes to you, you know? Like, it does happen. Someone will watch you work or something and then be like, oh yeah, you want to come over? But most of the time it's, you kind of have to seek them out and not just make it known that you exist and you have a degree and experience, but also like just really show the person that you're dedicated and you're like, no, pick me, like, I got this. And I know Rob, one of our instructors, was talking about one of his friends that really wanted to work for this one sculptor and kept going to his studio and being like, I want to work for you, and the guy just kept saying no, and he just kept being persistent, and eventually the guy said, fine, but like, I'm not going to give you room or board or anything, you're going to sleep in the annealer, which is essentially the giant glass kiln. And the guy was just like, yeah, okay, I get to work with you. And he ended up being this guy's assist for like an incredibly long time. And, you know, sometimes it's just about, you know, being humble and just looking for the opportunity.
I really love that in the video, I just put my didiniums on.
You were like, oh yeah, my eyeballs.
Sorry to cut you off. I just noticed that and I was like, damn. It's like, it's been a bit.
Well, to be fair, I mean, like, most of the stuff when I was using the Ranger, I didn't... This is the time that I actually needed you to pay attention to what was going on the pipe, and... So, you didn't really need them before.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. This was such a fun piece to make. That break off with it was so weird, though.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. It was the craziest thing. Like, and it, like... no idea.
I mean... Everyone on stream will be able to see it soon enough. We go to transfer it, and the little bit of glass that we used.
Sculpting right now, like I'm just like heating the end up so we don't have a breakage.
Yeah, like where the glass attaches to the pipe. It's called a moil, and if that cracks, then it's likely just gonna split up the whole piece, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we gotta keep her toasty. And he's using map gas for that. Like, you can use... For just handheld torches, there's two main torches that we like to use in the shop. It's either propane gas or map gas. Map gas can just get a lot hotter. So, I mean, honestly, you can use either or. I think a lot of people do prefer the map gas, even though it is, like, the tiny bit more expensive. Just because you can get it to such... Like, you can really bring the glass up to a higher temperature with it. It's really great for sculpting when you don't have, like, a Ranger, the little torch that we're using. They're not cheap. Like, I'm surprised in comparison to, like, I mean, in general, the math gas itself is not that expensive, but the torch heads are, I think they're really expensive.
They're like $80.
Yeah, if, like, depending on which one you get, sometimes more.
Yeah, you can buy like the fancy hose one.
Math gas itself, it's like $8.
So
You get a
good.
canister that's gonna last you months, but you gotta buy the torch head for $80. But I guess it's something that lasts you. So, what can you do?
Yeah. Do they know that you're sculpting with a butter knife?
Guess not. You know, you gotta be innovative sometimes. I don't.
It's
glass
actually a
tools,
super common tool.
Yeah, well, and
like-
glass tools, like, you can get custom things, but they're so expensive.
I feel like everybody uses a butter knife, like even in like pretty mainstream videos and things like that.
Oh, 100. Well, I mean, what more do you need, right? Like, and I know, like, I don't know, if you can make your own tools, it is so much better, because tools are really expensive for glass, and if you have the ability to weld or cast or, you know, just get creative with what you have, as long as it's metal. Like, I've used, yeah, I use the butter knife, so I'm using the Ranger here to heat up the glass, and so the entire piece is cold. The entire piece is not moving, so I don't have to worry about it flipping and flopping on me and me, like, losing its form and collapsing. I'm just using the Ranger to spot heat just the surface of the glass and create, like, a nice malleable skin, and then I can use my butter knife and my other tools to sculpt and add, like, texture on the surface. So using the butter knife to add, like, gills and a little mouth is really nice, and then I have these other tools. They're actually internal sculpting tools, so they're meant to be used to push on the glass from the inside of the bubble, but it has this really nice little ball at the end that's really great to, like, make little eye sockets and stuff. But I've seen people use tools from, like, make tools from old barbecue utensils, like welding things onto tongs. There was a graduate of AU Arts that she casted her teeth in bronze, like made a bronze cast of her mouth, and put them onto tongs, and then would take little pieces of glass and chew them with the tongs and make chewing gum. Like, it was really cool. Like, you can get, I don't know, making tools, it's just so fun. Or just getting creative with what you have.
Yeah, that's really what it's all about. Like, just seeing what can even withstand temperatures of glass, because I think they have to be stainless steel, but I know I have some aluminum tools that do the job. They just can't touch the glass for too long, or else they'll melt.
Like what?
Like, I have like instead of like a pineapple press or anything, like I just went to go to the dollar store and bought like a meat tenderizer thingy, like hammer thingy. And I use that for like a kind of like a pineapple press kind of like a pattern.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, but like I can't get that too hot because I've noticed that like it just like kind of deteriorates a little bit, or like almost starts to melt. Like, gets super hot super quick.
Oh, and by the way, thank you, BronTQ99, for the follow. Nice to see you stick around.
Yeah. And then I also have like I don't really know what it is. It's essentially just like a large steel like spatula for like a cake almost, like spreading cake. But I use that for like a sculpting tool, just so like my hand isn't as close to the glass, like kind of like a butter knife.
That's clever.
Yeah. Yeah, but also with that, like I bought it at the dollar store, so it's like super cheap metal.
I think one of my favorite
also can't get too hot.
I think one of my favorite kind of DIY tools, besides like the butter knife, because it's just so you use it for everything. I got these little, I don't actually know what they are. Someone told me once, and I can't remember. They're these little metal cups, and I think they were for like ice cream or something. I don't know. But they're these little metal cups that I found at Value Village, and I sprayed the inside with a graphite spray as a lubricant, and then I used them as a blow mold. So essentially I can put my glass bubble in there, blow it out, and it'll take the form of this cup, and then I don't even have to worry about shaping it. Like, I can just transfer it and open up, and yeah, like, it's super, super easy, and it cost me $3 for 5 of them at Value Village. Also, thank you, Henry Lord, for the follow. Nice to see you stick around.
Yeah, I love finding random things like that. Or like, I think my favorite one that's like just like free is like the wizard stick, like just the stick that you poke into a bubble to, or the solid to make a bubble.
Oh, like steam sticks, yeah.
Yeah, like a steam stick.
Do you want to explain how that works?
Essentially it's just like a stick that's thick enough and has like a point to it.
It's like a wooden stick, yeah.
Yeah, wooden stick that you can slot into like the top of like a piece of solid glass. And then just because it's burning off like fumes, it makes a bubble in like the opposite sense. So it's like a different way to create like a bubble in the opposite side of the glass.
Yeah, I actually have a picture, if you give me a moment, that I can pull up on the stream of a piece that I used one for. Yeah, I mean, like, obviously when it's on a blowpipe, that's really, like, the pipes that we're using right now have a hole all the way through that we're using a little hose to add air into, but I gotta find the picture here. Yeah, the steam sticks are a really nice way to do it without that, for sure. Super easy to make too. Just like wood in general is such a versatile glass tool. I mean, we use it for so much, ironically enough, like, because it's so flammable, but like we have little wooden blocks that we use to shape, and we just keep them in water. We use like paddles on the bottom of the piece, and as long as you can build up like enough of a carbon layer, it's pretty heat resistant. Or like we even use newspaper to help shape. That just damp newspaper and then building up that carbon layer. It's really neat what you can, yeah, essentially whatever works, use it.
Are we starting the bit work right now?
Probably pretty close, because we did that right before the transfer.
Yeah. That was the sketchiest transfer I've ever done. I've never done the hook thing.
The angle transfer?
The angle transfer? I've never had a reason
or some people call it an elbow. I don't know. It's wild, but when you need it, oh man, is it nice.
Yeah, that's crazy to me. Like, that's like some like switch axis type stuff, or like, I don't know, weird techniques that you don't hear of, you know.
I'm pulling up a picture on the screen. This is a piece that I did where I used the steam stick because the entire thing is solid glass all the way through, and then after I blew it, shaped it, I went into what we call the cold shop. That's where all of our glass grinding tools are, and I took a wheel with essentially diamond impregnated on the outside, and I ground away these little lenses that you can look through, but there's just this random bubble in the center that we obviously, you know, couldn't make with a pipe because it's in the center. And how I did that is I used a steam stick, so that stick with like water or whatever on it, and allowed a bubble in there. So that's kind of what that be for. Yeah, super cool. How versatile.
Wait, did you make the hole in this one yet? This one was crazy.
This one was crazy. Because at this point, so I had made a couple test fish in the past, but I was mostly trying to make them by myself, and when you're sculpting like this, or at least for me, when I'm sculpting like this by myself, I find it very challenging. And so I kind of figured out the process that I wanted to do, but I didn't get a final one made, and then that was what this slot was for, was to see if we could actually get one in the annealer, like in the kiln, to cool down slowly and have it be done. And oh man, I had this idea. I was like, oh, I need this slot to put in the fossil. oh, I'm just gonna like pop a hole in it and cut it open, and then it turned into this big production of trying to get the hole big enough to fit the fish and get the hole to look pretty.
It was so crazy. Like, that was the craziest thing I think I've ever seen attempted. Like, the size of the hole and the fact that the glass.
Yeah, that's
didn't
what I'm
just
doing right
collapse
here. So
and-
I'm pretty sure that's what I'm doing right now.
Oh
is
yeah,
I'm
you popped the bubble.
yeah, so I spot heated. The rest of the glass is cold. So if I put air through it, it's not gonna move. Like, it's set up, it's happy. And then I use the Ranger to heat up one spot really hot, and then I blew hard into the piece so that one spot just expanded and popped, and now I have a hole. And I'm gonna try, try is the key word here, to cut a hole in it that's gonna fit my little fossil and slot it in, which ended up being a whole production that it did not need to be. I mean, to be fair, the second go around also turned into a production. That thing was hard.
Yeah, that was hard.
I made the trilobite too recently. Another fossil that I'm doing for this series is a trilobite. What did it take? Like, half of the piece was me trying to cut and fit this hole when I was making it with you. And then I go and make the trilobite, and like, literally, I popped the hole, ran my jacks on it once, and it fit. And I was like, ugh. This isn't fair.
Yeah.
Man. It was an adventure.
This was so fun. Like, just like, I'd never do things like this. Like again, it was just like so much learning that I've done, and I don't know how you don't burn the glass. Like, sometimes you like use that torch, and I'm just like, damn.
Oh, trust me, I have before. I have some sculpting pieces that I absolutely adore that just have burnt pieces. Or I mean, like, back when I was learning, I burnt stuff a lot, but I also sandblasted everything. Like, I frosted the glass, which, depending on how deep the burn is, if the burn's quite deep, you'll still get a little bit of discoloration underneath the sandblasting, if you look at it in the right light. But most of the time, I could just hold this, like, the sandblasting and like gun and just pelt it a little bit more, and I could get the burnt glass out. Yeah, it's just practice. I think there was like maybe one spot on the fish I got a little bit of devitrification, which is essentially like when the glass kind of separates a little bit, is the best way I can describe it. Like, it's so minute though, so I'm not worried about it. It was on the back, so I'm not worried about it, but yeah. It's a challenge. It's there's so much to think of. I like, when I talk about blowing glass, I'm like, I don't know how I can go in a shop and just do this. Like, me trying to explain it, I'm like, and then you have to think about this, but then you also have to do this, but you can't forget about this. And I'm like, it's crazy that I can actually just do this. Like, how? Yeah. So much to keep track of.
How hot was your hand getting? Did you burn yourself at all during this? Or, like, I guess you don't really, you have, like, a nerve damage, don't you? Or
I do. I have a little bit of nerve damage to my shoulder and my arm, so I have like reduced sensations. You still gotta be careful because you can still burn yourself even if you don't feel it. I mean, with this, it was just because I'm heating up the place where I'm wanting to cut, which is really hot, and then I'm having to get my hand really close there with the shears to try to cut it, and it was just getting real toasty, so I just threw on a glove. Because, yeah, I had to get my hand really close to the glass to try to get that out, and that it's not a small piece. It's holding a lot of heat. You got, like, those big, nice leather sleeves, though, that you throw on.
Yeah, those are honestly saved my life in just, like solo working. Like, I don't think, if I didn't have those, I don't think I could, do some of the solo work I do.
Oh,
just
yeah,
there's
gosh, fair enough.
sometimes just, like, so much heat that I'm like, I just can't, I don't want to. You know, like, it's not that I can't, it's just that I don't want to.
Yeah, no
just
kidding.
Such an immense amount of pain over and over and over again until you're
just
done
burning the paddle.
I think your elbow was a lot closer when you're cutting, and I was.
Oh, I was like, are you just Setting the battle on fire? My guy,
You know,
what?
also, I would do that for sure. That's just like bored hotshot stuff.
Oh my, yeah, pretty much. Got bored? Set things on fire. Totally normal. No one will question you at all. Oh yeah,
Because at
there.
this
You
point,
can
I'm
see I'm
just
pulling up.
watching you cut this, like until you cut it, and then I'm there, like trying to be with the paddle and take it away from the glass.
Yep. Alright, I got another question from Instagram if you want to do another one.
Sure.
What's your favorite thing to make?
Oh,
Big question.
I really did enjoy like those really like big spiral pieces that I make, like the really big pieces. But
Yeah.
I don't think I enjoy them as much at this point right now because like
I'll
I
throw those
used to
back
have
up
like
on screen.
a team of like 5 people to make those, and like now I have to do it with like me and another person, and it just gets really. It's not any harder, but I think it's just like I can't go as big, or I can't like have people just like waiting at any moment to do like so many different things so all these go as smooth as possible. Like nowadays they're like probably half the size.
Yeah, well, how many people did you usually have to make those? Was it like 3 of you, 4 of you?
Well, it was usually like me, like yeah, 3 or 4. Yeah, 3 or 4 people usually by the end of it, because people would just like join in, you know, like it would usually be like
Someone would
me,
walk in and be
Zach,
like, yo, can
and
I help?
Graham. Yeah, and then we'd be just like, yeah, okay. Like we would ask them, we'd just like, hey, like we need your help. Are you like free for the next like hour and a half? Um,
That's what I
and it
love
was
about
just
the
like,
glass community. Everyone's just so gung ho about it. You just walk in the shop, you're like, yo, you want an assist? And you just, then you're in it.
yeah, and it's just like that was so much fun. Or just like, yeah, like just screaming at somebody like, I need you to put like the space suit on, and like that
My
was the best.
favorite, I think one of my favorite pictures I have in the glass studio is you were setting up at the bench to make one of those really big ones, and you were trying to make it as long as you could, but you needed to make sure that it was gonna fit in the kiln. So I remember in front of the bench you just have this big line on the floor, and then these giant arrows that just say too big if it goes past your too big, and it's just a picture of you and Zach just sitting there in front of the too big.
Yeah, that's actually hilarious because that's the day I measured the annealer
Yeah,
in the very corner, which is the biggest, like from corner to corner
you were
instead
like,
of
we're
like
gonna make
straight
this
flat.
as big as yeah.
And yeah, I topped that out that day. Like it was success, you know?
Oh my gosh, that's great.
Like that was the funnest thing. And I remember I think Brett was helping us at that time, and he was like, yeah, I was ready to karate chop that bitch if it was too long. I was like, that's the attitude I want, you know? Like
Well, that's what happened. I mean, not nearly to the same extent. That's a lot more fun of a rodeo. But that we had something similar with the fish because, well, this guy wasn't as long. He was getting way too wide, and you just had this like the little door handle pull ready. You're like, I'm ready to smack it if it won't come out. Oh man, it's such a. I love the days that just turn into a complete and utter rodeo. Those are the best. If it doesn't
yeah,
get a little wild, what's the point?
I feel like those are the best learning points of like, damn, that went crazy, but like if you bring it back from crazy, you're like you're feeling good.
Yeah. Well, and I feel like if you get too serious and you get your head down, at least for me, like it's, I don't know, if I get too hyper focused, it just sucks the fun out of it, and then I'm like, not necessarily more critical of myself, but it's a lot harder to see what's going right, you know? Like I might put
Yeah.
a mark in the glass that I'm not happy with and then be all upset at myself, but I didn't realize that, oh, you know what? No, my heating was fantastic on this piece, and it's just, I don't know, it just goes to show that if you there's a time and place to be critical of yourself and to like, because I think that's important to push yourself, but also if you have fun and you enjoy the process, you can look like it's so much easier to look back and pull out the positives, you know?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Like I think like this day in general was so much of a learning day, just like with because like that day I blew with you in the morning, and then with India in the afternoon, which is like another glassblower associate of ours. And she like just does so different things than what I do, but at the same time she was like doing goblets, so I was like, like I'm so about this, this is so fun.
They turn out so
But
cool.
it was such a different style.
She's doing. You guys did like a mermaid one, didn't you, or something like that?
Yeah, we did like a mermaid where she sculpted a body, and then we used that as the cup, and then it was like a dead mermaid, so it was like the stem is like a spine with like the bone, like the rib bones, and then the bottom is just like fins curled around.
That's sweet.
She's
doing such neat stuff this semester. Everyone's doing
Mm-hmm.
such neat stuff this semester. Everyone just works so differently from one another.
Yeah, that's the best part, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's another like thing that I love about glass is like you can have a technique or a production item, that's the same. For example, like the bird that we're going to be doing for the giveaway, which if you haven't entered, you totally should. Everyone gets one free ticket just for showing up. Just use the little code !ticket and then just say one. You can earn more as you watch. But anyways, like little birds are just something that so many gloss artists make as a production item, but everyone's bird just looks ever so slightly different. Just because everyone has their own little hand to it and touch and just the way that they handle their tools and they heat and it's just doesn't
Birds
matter
were
that
definitely
you
just something like I learned this semester, just because I
really.
was like, yeah, no, I've never tried birds before this semester. And they were so fun to make, like so fun to learn how to make. Like my first bird compared to my latest bird, mass improvement.
I think it's a really good, like, I learned how to do them when I was in first year. Because I kind of immediately was just like sculpting. I like this, and so it was given to me by actually Rob as like a skill building exercise. He's like, let's get you making these little birds and stuff because it's fun because you get an object out of it. I feel like especially when it's something new and it's a new medium, you get so excited about just making things that sometimes the skill building stuff that isn't as exciting, making cylinders, making spheres, just gets a little tedious, and it's like, I just want to like make this thing that I can use or whatever, right? But the bird was a nice way to learn some basic skills, like how to put in a jack line, that's like the little crease for the head, and being able to do that's really important because usually like you can use that to kind of create sections on a piece, but the big part of a piece that you need to learn how to make a good jack line for is right where your piece kind of meets the pipe. You create a little crease with a tool called a pair of jacks. It's kind of like these two blades that come together, kind of like a pair of scissors, but they don't cross. And you create a little crease so that you can put either like a drop of water, or sometimes you could smack it with a tool, and you're essentially wanting to create like a little crack there so that when you hit the pipe and add shock, it'll break off, the piece will break off there and not break the piece. And also just like with the birds, things like getting the heat right. So, to be able to pull the beak and the tail without throwing the jack line off, or without, having it too cold, like to pull it to begin with. It's a really nice little skill building tool.
Yeah, I guess I never thought about it that way. At the point that I made them, I guess I had the skills, and it was just like a point of like, how do I pull this nose really nicely, or like this tail really nicely?
I think that can come down to heat too. Like I remember in first year, I would have to take a heat or two, like reheat the glass a couple times just to get the head to where I wanted it. And then, oh man, pulling the tail and the beak, that was a challenge. Because, I'd always do the beak first, and then when I'd heat it up to get the tail, I'd accidentally melt in the beak, and oh my gosh. And now, I can make a bird in one heat. It's just get it and go, and it's just, it's crazy sometimes to look back.
Yeah, no, I totally feel that. Like I used to take so long to just blow a cup, and now I'm like, I can do like 4 goblets in 2 hours, I think.
That's crazy.
Okay, that's like solo. Like with a
That's
part
still
with
crazy.
with an assist, I can probably half that time just because it's so much easier.
Oh gosh. And I think
And
that's
I can do damn blown foots until I can do solo blown foots. God
I think that's such an underrated skill for art school. I find like a lot of art schools are really conceptual based, which I don't think there's anything wrong with that, especially if you're wanting to make like gallery and conceptual work. It is really important, and the questions that they ask you and the projects that they get you to do are like really challenging, like intellectually and everything. But when you're working at a craft, so like glass, like ceramics, like fiber, you have to understand that, like, yeah, there's gonna be a time and place for gallery work, but you also need to make money off of your stuff, and to make money you have to be efficient with your time and your resources. And so getting really good at making things efficiently and fast and by yourself and just using whatever you have available to you is like so incredibly important. Because if you like graduate and go into your own studio and, you know, it takes you an hour to make a cup, and you can, you know, you can't sell your cup. Well, I mean, you can sell your cup for an hour's worth of your wage, but it's going to be a really expensive cup. It better be a really good cup. Better be a fancy cup.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, I've been trying to figure out how to make, like, I want to put one of the roses I've been making, like the solid sculpt roses, inside of the cup, inside of a cup.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want to, like, I kind of just want to, you know, like when people like break something off, flip it over and just like reattach it just because it's still hot.
Oh,
Like,
yep.
tack it on.
It's crazy.
Like, I don't know how to explain that in simple terms. Like, that's just like, but I want to do that, but with a little rose and inside of a cup.
You should do it. Just get the little tray thingy, the little shovel thingy. You know, when we were doing Rob's demo with the flowers, it's like this little, it's like a little baby cookie sheet, and you could break the flower off onto the cookie sheet and then heat it, and just get the person to break it upside down and then torch it, and then
I'm
I don't know.
Solo.
I've seen people do it where you break it off upside down on a paddle on the marber, and you have to really preheat the spot, like in your cup or anything. I would do it with the Ranger and just move the bench close to the marber and just heat it on the marber on the paddle and then just throw it in there. I think you could do it.
Yeah, because I tried I recently just broke off onto a paddle, and like with India, we made goblets and we put roses on them, and then we broke it off onto the paddle and then just reattached it with the Ranger, and that was just like a rodeo. But it was just like that made me think of like, how can I do that solo? Like, because it was simple enough process. It was just like picking something up and sticking it on, but it was just like I don't know, I guess kind of intimidating. I've just never tried it.
One second, I gotta reset my video. It froze for some reason.
Oh no.
There we go. I think we got there. Sorry for the technical issues. Should be back up and running momentarily. There we go. Make sure everything's still.
I kind of want to see this break off, because like I feel like you're gonna see me balance it for a little bit. And
you
totally so satisfying.
As soon as we got home from the shop, I looked for two things. Number one, I looked for that. And number two, I looked for the time. I don't know if it was your phone or your glasses, but you fumbled with something and then caught it. And the look on your face, you were so
did.
It was just your reaction. You were so proud of yourself. You're like, "Did you see that?" And I'm like, "Oh, buddy, we got it on video."
And that was so fun.
It's just one of those moments. Oh man.
I totally remember that. I totally remember not like being oblivious to the fact that was on camera, and I was like, "Damn, that was on camera."
You get so focused on the piece, like I find. And I've been, like, you know, streaming and filming myself for a little bit, trying to figure out this whole glass stream before I started doing these, like, collaboration pieces like we're doing right now. And I don't know, I thought I would be a lot more camera conscious. The first couple times I was, and I try to be a little bit like aware of it so I can like show you guys what I'm working on, but it's, I don't know, when you get focused in the piece you just kind of forget about everything else. So easy to forget.
Yeah, I totally feel that, but it's definitely like just an enjoyable time. Like it's
Oh,
so fun. Like
100%.
I think what's crazy is that I think we like half the time in the second fish.
Oh, 100%. Like, we got so much better from the first to the second.
Like I felt like that was like looking at it now, and I'm like, I feel like we did the second fish in like half an hour. Like
Yeah, it was pretty quick. It was pretty quick.
maybe not.
Another question from our little Instagram pre-Q&A. What's your favorite part of the day? If you have one.
I'd say like gathering for the first time, like getting that hot gather out of the furnace. That's like, that's just satisfying. It's just like supposed to be here in any scenario.
That's interesting. My first instinct was just, what's my favorite part of the actual 24-hour day? I was like, well, I'm not a morning person. No, your answer's a lot better. I don't know. I naturally like the evenings because that's mostly when I'll be blowing glass, is like late at night, but I don't know. I really like the feeling of initially getting started on a piece, and not necessarily like started like once you get all the glass that you need and you're like, okay, now I get to play. You know, you get all the material, then you got all the tools set up, so kind of like what I'm doing right now. You know, I got everything kind of on the pipe, and I just got the torch, and now it's just playtime. I just get to sit and sculpt and add color or whatever I need to do to my heart's content. That's kind of my favorite part of my hot shop day.
I think another thing is like after like a really big project or like something you just like, you're just really overheated, to go outside like through the ceramics room
Oh my gosh.
and into the outdoors, especially when it was still cold out, that is such a different level of like, oh my god, like my body needed this so badly.
It's crazy because it'll be like -30 outside, and after, you know, it's been a good day in the hot shop when you've like worked yourself well enough, because I'll just walk to my car without a jacket on and I'm just like, oh yes, this is so good.
Yeah, those are the best days, I think. That's a sign of a really good day, I think.
Yeah, that's a sign you put your work in.
Yeah, you're
Feels
just
so
so overheated, and you're like overheated for like, at least for me, like I live way closer to school than you do. But it's like I'm heated for like my drive, you know, like at windows down maybe, you know.
I'd be interested to see, I mean, like, I was renting while the hot shop at the school was closed during COVID. Matias and I were blowing at another studio in our city that was renting time because a hot shop in, like, you know, not in a school scenario, is considered a place of manufacturing. And like, for example, like I have my manufacturing business license, so long as I was needing to blow glass to make money and make projects, I could safely do, and it was like, you know, safe. I could do so all through COVID, so I was very fortunate in that sense. But anyway, long story short, he would always, like, we had to get our temperatures taken when we got into the studio, and the studio owner claimed that being in the shop doesn't actually impact your internal temperature. But like, if you go outside and it's -30 and you're like, you know, feeling completely fine, like I feel like your core temperature would have to raise. Or am I just like completely off? Does anyone have any sort of medical knowledge in the chat and can confirm this or not?
Like,
We all get
I totally see that. Like sometimes I'm just like, this is superhuman. I'm just so overheated. Like, and I don't know, I don't even realize it. Like I just like, I feel like I realize it after a shop when I'm overheated and I can literally like scrape like salt and soot off, you know?
Now that I think about it, I guess it wouldn't raise your internal temperature because if you go up only a few degrees is a fever, and then that would be heat stroke. I'm like, yeah, I guess that doesn't work that way, but
You can get heat stroke in the shop
oh,
though.
100%. But I don't think I have heat stroke when I go, but outside feels nice.
Yeah.
Don't think to quite that extent. Oh man, it's crazy. Okay, you have to tell me if you have the same thing happen to you, but after like a day in the shop, if I'm using like the paddles and the wood tools a lot, in between my thumb and my finger, like in that little like awkward crease, because my hands have been so dry from sanitizing all the time, I get all the charcoal and soot built up there, and it doesn't matter how much I wash my hands, it just stays black. Like my hands are just permanently black there.
I have that sometimes, but I feel like it's a combination of callus and like ash there.
Yeah.
In the
Artist
spots that
hands,
you're
man.
describing. And yeah, oh, we're doing the fins right now. These are fun.
They're super easy too. Like all I was getting them to do is just go with a small pipe, take a little fresh gather out of the furnace, and then we were just putting it straight onto the piece. I didn't want them shaped or cooled down at all. Like the hotter that I could have them, the more working time I have. So I was just putting them down, cutting them at an angle, and then I have these little crimps that have some texture on them, like little stripes, so that I could run that along the fin and it would kind of create that like fish fin effect. That's all I was getting them to do. Let's see.
Yeah,
Let's
and
see
then
what
all
day
that
it is.
basically happens is these come out a little bit of just like shaping in the air.
Yeah, air marvering. Just letting
I
the...
totally forgot we did this on an angle too.
Well, just this last one, because we had to get around the first two fins. Yeah, it was challenging. But we got there. It was fun. It's quick, too. Once you get to that point, it goes by so fast.
Pretty sure I'm just glasses.
Oh, here it goes. Cute little fish. With the
I
giant ugly hole in the back. I can't believe I did all that work the first time around, and then the second time, oh my gosh, that idea that it was Matias that brought up the idea for what I did for the second one. Instead of cutting a hole for the second fish, I just made an angled slot that I could kind of slide it in. I don't know why I didn't think of that, but it worked a lot better. It was not nearly as ugly.
Yeah, I felt it was just like it looked a little bit more stable. Like you had like a whole like
I just
the
cut
whole
out an entire
swing
side.
was that. I can't describe how unstructural this is.
I mean, it was
was
together.
like-
It was structured. It just did not look structured.
It's just like a minute away. It was just like a minute too hot, like, and it would just like flop, and that scares me.
It was fun. It was a rodeo. I remember giving it to you at one point to heat, and I'm like, okay, so here's what I've been noticing. It gets really hot really fast because there's holes all in it, so don't overheat it. But also if you get it too cold, everything's gonna pop off. Good luck. Oh man.
That's where I like to be at. Challenging.
Oh, so much fun.
At least like none of these bits are extensively thin. Like they're not like, I don't know, like they're all like pretty stable structures, which was really nice to work with. And it was just like, I don't know, I felt like this really came to life super easily. Like, I don't know, like you could just see the life in it from like, as soon as those fins come on, it just felt so much like a fish.
Yeah, just the little finishing touches that bring it all together. It was so nice. This guy had a very stout body compared to the second one. And to be honest, I like the longer body of the second one, but I will say, I think I'm losing my English. if I didn't do the full 360 spin as a joke for the memes, it would not have been a long body and I would not have liked it as much. It was totally because of that. Oh, we're being raided by Robbie the Commie's party of 5. Welcome to the stream, guys. Nice to see you. We are glass blowing and sitting down with Matias Martinez. He's another glass artist. Just kind of talking about our time in the shop, both during the session, answering lots of questions, so feel free to throw them in the chat. We'd love to answer them, either about ourselves, or the process of glass, or just anything in general. We are also doing a giveaway, so feel free to enter that as well. Matias, do you want another Instagram question?
Yeah, sure, let's go for it.
Why glass? Why glass blowing?
Ooh. This is something I struggled with so hard because I'm a painter as well. So like, I don't know. Like glass blowing is just like such a, like forbidden honey. Like it's just such a medium that it's the craziest medium. I think like it's the craziest art medium you could work with. You're picking up essentially lava and then making a vessel or sculpture or something, and it's to any extent like you want it to be. Like you can draw on glass, you can paint on glass, you can carve glass however you want, like you can build huge structures, like you can have installations of glass, you can like have super realistic looking glass. Like I don't know, it's just like it's never ending, like and just to like there's not many places that you can learn glass blowing to the extent as to what we learn at this school. I think like I don't know, it's something that
because when you went to ACAD, it was not your intention to become a glass blower.
Definitely not. I was going for that painting major, but the glass definitely took my I don't know, like my interest 100%. Like it's so satisfying. Like I think a glass blowing something amazing is just like when it's done, there's nothing else like it. Like you just picked up something and made it, and like all the color is like, if you wanted to, you could get raw color. Like you can just like throw some like sheets of copper and make a blue, and like I don't know, just like it's crazy. I could talk about glass forever. I just don't know if I could do that with painting at times.
It's cool making something that can only be manipulated for a short amount of time. Like I feel like if I make a painting or I'm working on something, like even with ceramic, like I feel like I can keep going back and adding to it, but with glass, you're there when it's molten, and then when it's done, it's just this finished thing. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's just this beautiful finished object.
Yeah, and you can just like endless possibilities with glass. You can work with flat glass, like just sheets of glass, and like make images. Like I don't know, you know more about like a different style of glass blowing than I do. Like you flame work, and that's just like a whole different area.
Yeah, there's so much you can do with the medium. For myself, I mean, I went to school to go into design and illustration. I really liked editorial illustration, making like conceptual work that way. I liked character design too. And I like went into my first year of like full course load, all design courses, and it was fine. Like I learned a lot. I did enjoy some courses, but first year was really stressful. Like it was a lot. And then it was my second semester first year that I took a glass course, and as soon as I got in the shop and I started getting into the rhythm of the class, like it was totally different than any other class, any other like that I've ever been in. Not even like in school classes, like also just like little summer courses and stuff like that, like in other art programs. There's just something totally different about kind of like the flow that you get into when you're in the hot shop. It's a lot more experimental and laid back, and the community is a lot stronger just because you, for the most part, you do rely on other people a lot. Everyone's in it together, right? It's such a unique medium with such a small community that kind of, I mean, I don't know how people have rivalries in it. You just can't, in my opinion. But I just kind of fell in love with, like, I was like, man, like, I didn't realize how unhappy I was doing some of, like, the design courses. Until I was in the glass studio and I realized how happy that made me. Not necessarily that, you know, like I'm like, oh, I hate design or anything like that. Like, it's fine. I even have a job right now where I work as a graphic designer and I do really enjoy it. Like, I still do have a passion for that work, but working in the field and the stress that required, like that like the demands and the expectations and the competition. Oh my gosh, the competition is like super intense, especially in a design school. Like completely unnecessary pressure to reach certain milestones and be like, you know, good at something, which I find with glass, if you get something in the annealer, if you make something and it survives, it's a celebration. I don't know if that's great or if that's really sad, but I don't know, it's just, it's a happier space. It's a lot happier of a space.
It's definitely the most, I think it's the most community-based, like, art practice. Like, I don't know if there's much else that can, like, compare, like, you can compare the community of glass to.
Well,
Like,
that's so...
everybody knows each other so quickly, like...
It's really cool, too, because, like, glass totally has its own language. So it's not like, I feel like if you're doing it, I mean, everything kind of has its own lingo to it, but, I mean, I've done some, like, painting and drawing collabs and everything, and when you're trying to, like, you know, mimic a style or, like, you know, I find, what am I saying? You can walk into a studio with glass blowers and not know anything about the people there and be like, oh, yo, I need like what we're doing right now, a little donut elbow punty. Just get it nice and tacky, bring it to me, and like, they'll know exactly what you mean. They'll know exactly everything that you need to do. Like, it just has like such a strong lingo to it that it's so easy to connect with people when you're in that space and communicate and just work.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. It's just like there's almost like an instant connection, like like you just know this secret language that glassblowers just know almost.
Also, I saw we got a tip from an anonymous, or a donation from an anonymous source. So, whoever you are, thank you very, very much. Helps fund the business, fund the career, get you guys some more fun streams up. Also allows us to do more giveaways in the future. I do have more plans for some fun ones, so it goes back into the stream fund. So thank you very much. Okay, this is what I'm excited to see, Matias. Because this break-off went
part.
Weird.
Oh my god.
So yeah, oh man. Oh. You can't see a lot of it on the camera, but he attached the punty, and I went to break it off, and it like half broke off the attachment, and then the whole thing just fell. But
like,
fishy...
as you can see, we're literally kind of like laughing about it. Like,
you have to.
I don't know, breaking things isn't always like a oh no, like end of my day. I feel like it's just I don't know, you get used to it.
Yeah, you can't get attached to anything until it is like done. Not even like in the kiln. These stuff can still happen in there. You are not allowed to love a piece until it is in the kiln. Take it out of the kiln. Any polishing, any grinding is done, and it is on the plinth. That is the only time you are allowed to say I like this, because the moment you say you like this earlier, it will die. That's just how it works. Oh my gosh.
And like, there's so many number of things that can break glass so easily. Oh
Thanks for the follow, Toad Bro 93. Nice to see you stick around. This is gonna sound like super cheesy as well, but I honestly think like working with glass and learning not to get attached to things like that has been like a really healthy and humbling experience, because I don't know, you can't necessarily get fixated and attached to things, you know? Because yeah, you never know if they're gonna survive or not. And if you get upset every time something breaks, it's gonna be miserable. And I think like it really does help if you take that mindset and start applying it elsewhere. You know, if something doesn't go your way or something, you know, happens, just to be like, you know what? Happened, let's keep going, you know? And being able to do that with a smile on your face like makes such a big difference in your outlook in life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I totally agree with that. Like that's something I think you just take from the hot shop.
Oh, totally.
Like, you just have to get used to it. Like, I think at the beginning of the semester, you know, it's always like, or even like the start of blowing at Hayden's was like realizing that you can't get things in the annealer anymore was like.
Yeah, because at the other shop, at this other shop that Matias and I blowed out at Hayden's, it's a different type of glass that we were working with. There's all different types of glass with slightly different compositions, and they're good for different things. So the glass that we're using in this video is a glass called Crystallica, and it's really nice. It's nice because it's cheap. It's also nice for like beginners because it holds its heat for a long time. So because it's not cooling down as fast, you have a little bit more time to work and play. Now, the glass that we were using at the other studio, we had to switch to one called Boma, and Boma cools down like a lot faster, and when it's cold, but when it gets hot, it's really nice, and it breaks off the pipe like when you're done the piece really clean, and it's like optically a lot more clear. Like there's a lot of perks to it, but it's a lot stiffer of a glass, so it was like a really big learning curve to try to learn how to work with it.
Yeah,
I think
that was.
Yeah, moving back and forth, my marvering skills after working at Hayden's, oh man, so nice.
Just because you didn't have blocks?
Yeah, that, and Hayden was showing us some tricks, and also just air marvering. So like for those of you that don't know, the table that is on the right side of the screen with the metal top, that's called a marver. You'll see it probably very soon once I gather. You can like roll the glass on it to help shape it, elongate it, also to cool areas of the glass, like spot cool. It's a super useful shaping tool, but it's really, really hard to do without kind of getting it lopsided, I guess. It's like when you take clay and roll it in your hands to make like a snake. If you like pause when you're rolling, you're gonna get a flat spot. It's like the same thing when you're rolling it on the table, except the glass is like a lot softer, and then once it gets cold, anything that you messed up is kind of permanent until you reheat it again. So but the blocks like I'm using right now, the little wooden blocks, are really nice to help shape because they don't zap as much heat. It keeps the glass really warm.
Yeah. I wonder what a wooden marver, I wonder if that exists. It's like a bit like a wet piece of wood.
I know people make like those little V-shaped boxes out of wood, and they roll stuff like cups and stuff in there to make cylinders. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I totally know what you mean. I don't even know how I feel about those things. They seem hard to use.
I've used one once. It was actually kind of nice. You just got to make sure you don't blow too thin. So it's really easy to blow things too thin and have them be delicate. You should just go to the wood shop and make a wooden marver, see what happens. It could either be the best thing or the worst thing.
It might be the best thing, but like, I feel like you could make little points in it, like little burn divots for like different reasons.
To kind of like, yeah. That would be kind of cool. There we go.
Yeah.
Next hot shop is already planned. That's what we're gonna figure out. Like, trying to think about that now. Yeah, it's really cool. Huh. So, do you want to talk at all about, I know Matias has been starting in a... Is it like a collective or a gallery that you have started kind of up, or that you're working with, The Common?
Oh, at the Common, that's like more of like a community-based thing. Like that's kind of like why I'm mentioning it here, just because like it's kind of like a thing to give artists. Just like I host something called the Soul Hub I used to host every 2 months, but now we're waiting till like later in spring, so that when restrictions like hopefully ease up, we can like give just like an art auction and art kind of like live art to, like just bring art to a community that doesn't have it in Medicine Hat as much as it should, and just get like everybody involved and really give artists like a chance to like grow inside of that. Just like I feel like the artists don't really know too many people that are there, you know, like everybody kind of knows of each other, but nobody really gets together and meets up. So this is like a really good way to like, you know, so many people come to this, and I try and invite like people from all different streams of life that I know, and usually it's a really good time, you know. It's just like super community based, and it's kind of like what I want to be doing for my art practice.
Yeah, that's awesome. I know you were talking about the other day with me wanting to make affordable glasswork and accessible glasswork and really inviting people into the medium, which I think is a really neat idea, because glass is something, again, that's such a small community and it's so inaccessible for so many people, either because like, you know, it's hard to find shops, and when you do, they're expensive to get into. Oh, is it the tweezers here that you dropped? I don't even remember what you dropped. I'm just like watching the video feed. I'm like, I don't actually remember what you dropped, but I remember it being funny.
I don't know at what point I dropped it, but I also remember it, and I just remember it. I wasn't even aware that you saw it, but I was like, just like had an inner moment, you know, when you just catch something, you're like, oh man, nobody probably saw that, and then it was on film, and I was like, that's the best. It was just like such a cherry on top of an ice cream, you know, like it was just hit the spot so well.
Amazing. I love that. You always have those moments where you're like, did anyone see that? And then no one sees it. But today, everyone on the stream will see it.
Yeah, right?
And my game plan with these two, if anyone can't stay for the whole thing, or if you want to like clip anything, is I plan to export all of these streams and upload them on YouTube. So if you ever want to go back and re-listen to some information or watch something back over again, I will have it uploaded there hopefully soon. So you can share that around too. Which should be kind of fun. The waiting game. Gotta love the waiting game.
Are you going to blow at Hayden's again when school's when the semester's over?
Oh yeah, I think so. I actually have a couple I have a slot that he owes me because he had to shut down the studio for a little bit, right? For personal reasons.
Yeah.
And I got a slot canceled, so I actually have some that I actually already have paid and covered. Oh, I totally will. He's such a good guy, such a good place to rent to. Beautiful studio. It's in this an industrial part of our city in like what would you call it? It's not like a warehouse. It's kind of a warehouse, but it's
It's like it's kind of like an industrial shop kind of area.
Oh, a loading bay, like kind of like a big loading bay.
Yeah, it's a loading bay. It's like
That's
a
the
huge
word.
loading bay. That's a really good description of it. Fuck.
And it's got like the giant garage door at the back that can open up, which, you know, with the studio being so hot, you just open up the door, especially in the summer, and you just get the sunshine in. Like you're blowing glass, or like if you blow at night, then you get the little bit of a breeze, and you just like, because it's in the more industrial part of the city, there's not a lot of light pollution there at night, because, you know, everyone goes home. You get such a nice view of the stars. Oh man.
Yeah,
That's
Hayden's
the
is
dream.
really, like I think the what I enjoyed most, which is gonna sound really weird, is the fact that you can wear shorts there.
Yes.
That was literally the best part for me. That was the dream. You know, I don't know how that's the dream, but that was the dream.
It's so interesting because when you're in a school setting, obviously they have to worry about like liability to the nth degree, and they still do in like other shops that you rent time in, but it's less so when you are you know, renting time and you're there, you know, paying to use the studio and then it's yours, rather than when you're being taught or you're in a class or anything like that. So when we're in school, it's like, no, you gotta wear long pants, they gotta be like all cotton, which I think is a good rule of thumb anyway. You wear anything like synthetic or polyester, if you get gloss on it and it melts, it just fuses to your skin, so that's no fun. But yeah, like you can't wear shorts, you can't wear open-toed shoes, and yeah, being in a studio where you can is kind of, it's I don't know, it almost feels a little criminal, but it's so fun. It's such a weird thing to find joy in.
Yeah, it's yeah, I think that made my my glass blowing experience there was the fact that I could wear shorts. It's
crazy when you
freeing.
see like videos. I've seen videos of people blowing in other parts of the world like that just have a lot hotter of a climate than ours, and you see these guys working on these massive pieces that are probably just throwing heat like crazy, and they're literally in like shorts with no shirt on, and they got sandals, and they're just like, I'm like, what happens if that thing falls? That's like 3rd-degree burns, hospital for months time.
I don't know. That also just sounds like the dream to me, honestly. Like,
Gotta have a little danger.
if I could wear sandals, like that would be amazing. Like, and blow glass.
I feel like I wouldn't have the guts to wear sandals, just because, like, oh my gosh, I bonk and cut and do so much, like, throwing stuff off my piece and onto the floor. I'm like, inevitably it's gonna land on my foot. It's just gonna land on my foot.
That's fair.
I
That's
have,
totally fair.
if we're talking about footwear in the shop though, one of my, maybe it's just me, I mean, it's not just me that finds this funny, I know it isn't, but I'm gonna toot my own little horn here and tell my jokes. I got a pair of like Steve Madden heels from Value Village that were brand new, like they had the tag on them and everything, and they were super cheap. Which, if anyone knows anything about Steve Madden's, is they're like usually really expensive shoes. I was like, oh, mine. And I was going out that evening, but I had to stop at the school first, and I'm like, oh man, these shoes cannot be mine until we do one thing. And you better believe I walked in the glass shop and I stood on some hot glass, and they got the little scar marks at the bottom. I'm like, now they're mine. It's like
That's
devaluing them a
true.
lot, but I'm like, I don't care. I'm like, these are officially mine now. They are a glass blower shoe.
Oh, I actually think you see me kick off a piece of glass on the bottom of my shoe in here.
Probably.
Because I know that there was a point that I stepped on a piece of glass, and I think it's there for a while. It's there until I notice that it's smoking.
You do that.
Or like
when
I
you're
think I just
oh, this
like,
is.
I think I
Am I
just
gonna
thought
do
I
the
had something on the
360
bottom.
here? I think.
well, oh not yet.
Oh,
Maybe
oh,
the next one.
Oh no, disappointing. It'll be
Those are-
soon. Yeah, the smell of burning rubber is so distinct. It's like Man, it's in my memory forever. Smell of burning rubber and the smell of burning hair. Two smells I know
Yeah.
all too well.
I haven't burnt any hair on this semester in this school, but at Hayden's, I burnt my facial hair every single time I went into that huge annealer. Every single time. And a little bit of like my like front hair, like on my head, like
Oh my gosh. Yeah, because he had
that
this...
thing was so hot. That thing was like
Because he was renting time for so many people and needed the annealers to last like a full day and have it be like super full. He had these giant like kilns to load your glass into, and like you pretty much had to go diving in that thing to get your piece in. And the kilns themselves, the annealers, they sit at usually about 515 degrees Celsius is the sweet spot for glass, and you're just like sticking your whole body in there and you're like, yeah, okay, this is happening. Bloop.
yeah. That was the hardest part about I think Hayden's, but I think the good thing that came out of that, going into the annealers at school, feel like nothing.
Oh, it's just like a sauna, just nice.
It's a little toasty, like it's just like, I could be in here for a minute, and like.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
But that's also feels like it shouldn't be a normal thing.
Yeah.
Some sort of nerve damage, but whatever.
Alright.
I wish you could buy like spacesuit like sleeves,
I'm sure you could, or maybe find like...
because my leather ones don't fit inside of the gloves ever,
Oh.
or else I'd totally use it. That's the only bad part.
I'm sure you could make your own with Kevlar and some sort of lining.
Mhm.
We call it a spacesuit, but it's just essentially this like giant coat that's almost like a kind of like a fire blanket almost. It just protects you from the heat when you have to kind of dive into those situations, or you have to open up a really big kiln or carry a really like hot heavy piece so you don't hurt yourself or your clothes or whatever. But it looks like a spacesuit.
They're amazing. You can like hug glass.
Yeah, pretty
Like
much.
hot glass.
The best thing to do when you're wearing the spacesuit, now, they haven't allowed us to do this, man. The school, like, 10 years ago must have been an absolute just adventure. Because, like, the rules were so just whatever. But when you go to other studios, one of my favorite things to do is you suit up in the big spacesuit, and you have the one person on one side of the shop with the piece on the pipe, and then you stand at the other side of the shop with the spacesuit on, and they have the water and everything, so it's like on the verge of breaking off, and they just sling the piece at you, so you got this like this super hot glass piece hurling at you, and you just gotta try to catch it.
I want to ask Lisa for the spacesuit just to play around. Just to do stuff like that.
Also, love life Luke in the chat there. I don't know why it's not notifying people that it's entering the giveaway, but I do see your tickets are going in here. You have 4 added right now from your from redeeming your cullet, your little loyalty points. I don't know why it's not notifying. If it doesn't say that you failed to enter or anything, it enters, and I've been monitoring too in the chat, just making sure that everything that gets entered is going into my giveaway, and so far I haven't had anyone that hasn't been able to, unless they're like, you know, trying to mine tickets with cullet they don't have. But yeah, we got about 8 minutes left before we're gonna do the draw, and then if you do stay tuned right to the end of the stream, I might have a little bonus surprise for people that are active in chat at the very end. So stay tuned for that. In this hot shop session, we got about an hour and a bit left. So yeah, hang out or come back, whatever you feel like doing. And if you're hang out again, even if you don't get in on the little bird, there might be some other goodies for ya.
I love how big my pair of jacks looks on your hands.
I have these tiny baby hands. It's the size of my forearm.
That's so funny.
I mean,
Granted, I think I have the biggest jacks you can buy.
probably. I mean,
I get them just, they're so convenient for not being like hot.
it is really nice because you have more distance. It's also just nicer when you're working with bigger stuff, which I know you often do.
Hmm. I think you were only using them because you noticed that they were way straighter than the schools.
Oh yeah, 100%. As much as it's like yay free tools, those have been used and abused by so many beginners, and I mean, I was guilty of using and abusing them at one point too, but like, yikes.
Honestly, if I'm doing something crazy, sometimes I'll just like, and I know the tool's there, and I don't want to use mine, I'll use the tool. Like, just being really rough with the glass sometimes, like, especially like making holes or something, like, just like jabbing things through. Like, yeah. I don't know. Sometimes my tools are like, I don't want to necessarily break them in that hard.
Yeah, that's fair. And yeah, don't worry too much. Love life, Luke. I might have to. I've been monitoring and doing like a secondary tally just in case, and I'll make sure everything is all correct. Just depends how many of the loyalty points you have, and there's more ways to get the little loyalty points to call it than just watching. You can get them if you follow, you can get them if you donate, you can get them if you host. So there are ways to get more tickets, but I'll monitor everything as well and make sure while we're trying to work out the bugs. This is the first one of this type of stream that we're doing where I pull on a fellow collaborator and we talk, but I will be doing more of these in the future. With some other artists. I have some other glassblowers that we're going to do it with. I have a photographer / glassblower that we're planning on doing. Her name is Leia, and she makes stuff in the hot shop with clear glass, cools it off, and then takes it into the dark room and exposes her photos through it with an enlarger and uses the glass to create like textures. She's really interested in like landscape and looking at like Chinook arches and stuff, and uses the glass to create like the Chinook arch. So we're gonna see about getting some footage in the dark room, and then you guys can talk and meet with her. Not all of them are gonna be quite as long as this one. This one's just an extra special kickoff. Also because the session was just too much fun.
From the glass. That was the funniest part. You just walked away, and I just noticed that the glass was slumping. Just grabbed it.
I think I was just like, oh, here, take this. And you're like, oh. I had to grab the corks. I'm using cork to flatten the piece to get the fish body. Oh, it's totally like after we got the fish body flat that I did the roundabout thing. I'm just waiting. That's all I'm living for right now, is just when I do the 360 spin and it becomes perfect. Sometimes you gotta meme. Sometimes you gotta meme. Oh man, that fossil was such a challenge to fit. I love how at the beginning I was like, like it's sandstone, it's pretty delicate to the heat, we should just be careful with it, just hold it above. And then it got to the point I was so done, I literally just shoved the fossil into the glass to make it fit. I was like, you know what? If this breaks, I'm gonna glue it.
Yeah, like you moved the glass with the fossil.
I remember when that happened, you just looked at me like, you are crazy. I'm like, yeah, I know, I'm done.
Looking back on it, I think we should have just considered, like, maybe just cutting the part of the fossil that isn't the fossil. Like, just the stone part
I had
at the
considered
bottom.
it. I had considered it. I actually talked, so the place where I get my fossils from is a lapidary shop in Calgary called Greens. He's been in business for a long time, but only has just opened up like an in-person shop. And yeah, he's a fantastic resource for finding stuff like that, and has like an extensive knowledge base, and so I love going to see him for this kind of stuff. But I did ask him if that was something that we could cut down, and he said it was, but the risk of cutting it with how like the cleavage and everything in the stone was pretty risky. He did have another one that I could cut smaller, but it didn't have the complete fish on it, like it was a partial fossil. And I'm like, you know what, this is a good challenge, just I think for size too, and we managed to make it work really well. So yeah, I think honestly, I think it was a success in that sense. I'm not too worried about it. Hey, it's done. I don't have to worry about it. It's good. I just gotta I gotta finish polishing just a little bit, and then I'm sticking it on a stand and sticking the fossil in, and then it'll be presented. Woohoo!
I need to have I totally need to have a presentation for next, or I need to have so many things done for next class.
Yeah, me too, man. What are you looking at this semester? Because I talked a little bit about my work and like looking at alternative displays this semester, but what are you looking at making?
Honestly, I'm just like stuck in between like so many ideas. Like I'm just like goblet making, I'm making these weird sculptures at the same time, and then I have these like, I'm sure you've seen me make or like seen them in my locker or something, of like the weird like droopy long things that I like flip that are solid glass. So those I want to be part of like sculptures, like wall sculptures, but
kind of like you did with your joy one.
yeah, kind of, but like more just like the base part of like the sculpture wouldn't be there. Like it would just be like the super reflective and refractive pieces of glass along the sculpture.
Totally.
So like it's those three ideas, but I have no idea which one I actually want to do.
That's fair. If you guys are at all curious, anyone watching and seeing some of Matias's work, follow him on Instagram. I have it tagged there at the bottom. It's the_creative_brush. The work that we're talking about, he did these really cool kind of like mixed media painting and glass wall install. It was really, really cool. I mean, you could probably explain it better, but I think you probably have some pictures up, hey, that people can go take a peek at if they're curious at all.
Ooh, I actually don't know if I've ever posted that one. I think that was just like a little private part of my.
Oh, I'm snooping.
Collection.
I'm gonna find out.
I'm pretty sure I don't. I'm pretty sure I might, but I don't think I know I have a bunch of pictures. Like
well,
I should post it because it is beautiful.
You do have pictures of your wall installations with the painted wood. Just imagine that with the glass everywhere. It was really cool. I really enjoyed that one. And it all stemmed from that one kind of squiggly piece that you did. I'll pull it up on the screen again because I know I have a picture of that one, but because the colors in the vessel looked so painterly, like it was so nice. It had a really nice transition. I applaud you for that one. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think was it this one that once it shows up on the screen? That was.
I'm pretty sure it's the one that you're thinking of.
Yeah. Thanks for the follow, Learning 98.
Yeah, it was totally this one.
Nice to see you stick around.
Yeah, so this like kind of at the tip of this connected to like a wall sculpture that was the same color schemes, and it wasn't just a wall sculpture. It was like almost like a small wall installation where I painted the walls and the roof. It was all lit up and very like, so that's kind of what I'm working with right now, or wanting to do again. I just don't have like a very good conceptual basis to do anything on. Like I kind of just want to do it because I find them super beautiful.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that, looking at aesthetics and stuff.
Yeah, I don't think there is either. And like, if I'm definitely just working as a glassblower right now to become hired by another glassblower, then I don't see why I should.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta make for making's sake. And it's so hard with like an art school where they are so conceptual based. If you want to be like a production worker or an assistant, I think it is so important to be able to become a good assistant and learn those skills in any craft that you're in. And yeah, you get so focused on the project and writing artist statements and doing presentations, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, I think those are all really good skills to know how to do, but I think sometimes I do feel like there does need to be a balance. But it'd be nice to be taught those things. I mean, we get access to the shop to to be able to refine our skills and have our own time to make, like, unguided and do whatever we want. I mean, it's hoping that we're gonna, use it to make our projects, but so I mean, you can kind of, but you have to do it on your own. I'm completely losing my English, but you get what I'm saying.
I'm curious what you're doing at this point with the sculpting tool. Is this the eye, or
I was heating up and then using the circle tool. I pushed in with the circle to create the initial eye socket, and then I tilted it to the side so that the longer, like, piece of metal that's holding the ball onto the tool touches down on the glass, and it created this really nice little teardrop kind of shape. So it had this deep socket for the eye that kind of tapered forward into the face, and it did a 2-in-1. I got the eye socket and a little flat plane on the face all in one, which I really
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that was
That was a really good, cool technique to see.
yeah, the internal sculpting tools are so useful. I mean, like, and they're so easy to make too. Like, get a piece of steel, bend it, and then you weld a little ball on the end. You call it a day, and people charge like $400 for one of those online. It's crazy.
Yeah, they're super interesting. Oh, close up. Nice.
Here we go. Yeah, so then you can see kind of where the eye socket is a little bit, at the mouth, the gills, stuff like that. But
Does this one have a little bend to it?
What do you mean?
Like, does the fish have like a little like movement to it?
A little bit. Oh man, I would love to make it super organic, and I usually do when I make my glass creatures. I like to give them lots of movement, make them look really alive, but just because the fossil was such a tight fit in this, if I had the capability and the resources and the assistance to blow something quite a bit bigger, I think that would be super cool, and maybe a future project, so that I can make it organic and still fit the fossil. But I think as a good stepping stone to that point, just making a fish, getting the sculpting down, and having it fit is going to be the first milestone. But I can have more like action in the other guys. Yeah.
I think a big version of this would be so fun to make, like maxing out glory hole number 1, or like big door open.
Oh, now we have to. You said the forbidden word. Now we have to specify in chat. We had the term first. I swear. The glass. So now you have to have a glass vocabulary lesson. Sit down, children. Take notes. There will be a test. And then after that, we'll draw the giveaway winner, since I see we're a little bit over, but that's okay. Yeah, so if you need to get any entries in, do it right now before I stop talking. So you have your pipes and punties. Your pipes have the hole through them. Your punties are solid. They're great for bringing bits and transferring. You got the ranger, which is the torch. Got your little tool bench, and they have, like, with all your tools on it, they have all sorts of different names, and we can list them if anyone's curious as we go. But you obviously have your glass furnace, which actually holds your molten glass that you go gather glass out of. You have the annealer, which is a giant kiln that you put the glass in, and it just brings it down to room temperature really slowly so it doesn't heat shock. Then you have the reheating furnace, which is the one that you see at the very back there that we keep going back and forth from. The technical term for that is called a glory hole. We did have that term first. I will have it known. Do jokes still get made? 100%, but we did have it first. Okay, Matias, you tell a story. I gotta get the giveaway stuff. Does anyone want to get last minute entries in there? Anyone want to get it in there? Do it now. Cause I'm choosing the winner. Like, matter of seconds.
I think every time me and Kenzie have worked together, it's been a really big rodeo. Like, I think every time we work on something together, it's definitely for like I don't know. It's something that I always learn from. Like, I don't think we ever do like something easy. I don't think that's like in the works or whenever. Like, like doing this, I learned so much. Like to the extent that I learned was just like how to sculpt. Like, not necessarily like how to, but I just don't see it that often. Like the butter knife sculpting
Mm-hmm.
and using the tools, like the inside sculpting tools on the outside was like that was really cool. Like I don't think of it that way because I'm like these are inside tools and that's what I know them as. So
Totally.
seeing like different ways to do that is like it's just super interesting. Or like how you use the knife, or like how much pressure there is to like to put on to make the line, to make an indent, to make something. And I think that's like a very just things that I don't learn, or like that don't not that I don't learn them, but like things that don't go out of my way to learn, I guess.
Yeah, it's just not part of your practice.
Yeah.
I'm gonna interrupt you
So
for a minute. So, we drew our giveaway winner, and Love Life Luke has won the giveaway. So, Love Life Luke, if you want to head over onto my Instagram page, or my Facebook page, it should just be under the same name, whichever you prefer, shoot me a message, just be like, hey, this is Love Life Luke. You can show me like a little screenshot or just some sort of proof that, you know, this is indeed your account that I am getting contacted from like, you know, the stream or something. I'll get in touch with you that way to figure out, or you can even whisper me on Twitch, I suppose. Just private message me in some way so we could figure out how to get you your prize, but you have won it. Keep in mind, guys, we will do another little surprise prize closer to the end of the stream for those people still hanging out. So if you didn't win this time around, don't worry, there is going to be another opportunity. This one's a little surprise piece from me. So yeah, hang out. There is another opportunity. It'll be announced later on. You have to watch and wait. The suspense. Gotta have something to keep you on the edge of your seat.
oh, I'm so curious to see this opening again. This is a rodeo. And how do you feel about like the lip that we got on the opening in there?
I think it could be cleaner. Like, I think there definitely would be ways that I can make it cleaner. And to be fair, I'm not too worried because it can always be ground off. But for the sake of the piece and where the fossil sits, you really don't see it. And I think having that lip there does protect the integrity of the piece, you know? So when you're inserting and taking out the fossil, it's not going to get wrecked. So essentially, what I've done is I did the same thing as in the first fish, where I spa heated, popped a hole in it, except in this time, instead of heating it and cutting it, I've pulled it open wider, and I'm just going to start working it open with my tools and pushing it. So why I originally didn't think to do that is I thought that if I was to do it that way, obviously I'm not getting rid of material, so I was worried that it would get too thick and I just have too much material pulling out. And I was like, oh, if I cut away and then I don't have that excess material, which in theory, I was like, yeah, you know what, that would be really great. But it was really kind of not practical to do in the creation process. And I mean, originally, my first sketches and designs of this, I was going to like physically drill and grind into the glass, but obviously that, like, you know, increases the risk of breaking. So I honestly think that this was a really good compromise, and I don't think that having, you know, when you're pulling it out, I do get that extra thick lip kind of around where the opening is. But I don't think it's disruptive, and I also think it does add a little bit more integrity to that area that is getting handled a little bit more when you're moving the fossil. So I'm actually really not horribly upset with it. Okay, and in the chat, Love Life Luke, yes, you did win. Don't tab over. You'll miss exciting things. what you can do is you can either head over to my Instagram, my Facebook, you can whisper me on Twitch, whatever you prefer. Shoot me a private message on there. My Instagram's just on the screen if you need that at all. Just so then I can have just a private way to contact you to get you your piece. Don't need you to publicly broadcast your address or anything for me to ship it to you on stream. I feel like you really should not do that. You might get other weird things sent to your house. Don't do that. Yeah, but shoot me a message. We'll make sure you get your prize.
I feel like that just sounds like an art project. Just like start just randomly commenting your address or your mailing address on streams.
123 Playground Street, guys. You've seen it on there. So you put in chat as his address. I've seen people do really similar things with art pieces where they'll send it to a random address, and then they have to send it to a random address, and then they have to send it to a random address, and then at the end it's supposed to get back to them after X amount of sends, and then they see how far it's gone. Like stuff like that. Or people will stick something like, you know, like the classic message in a bottle, or I've even seen it where an artist put, it was like a book or a journal or something, and they bound it all up in tape and they put it in the mailbox, and they just wrote a note to the mail person that just said, just put this in a mailbox. I don't care what it is, put it in a mailbox, and it had instructions on it on what to do with it, and just see how far it got. And it was like, it was crazy the journeys that stuff like that has gone on.
Yeah. It'd be cool to see like what you get if you got anything. But maybe you'd get some really weird stuff. It's just like getting a mystery box.
Totally. That would be really fun. And it's not like that costs a lot to do either. You just stick a stamp on it and just say send it somewhere. And then if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And if it does, you get something really cool back to you.
I can't wait to see you use the fossil as a tag.
The tag, for those of you that don't know, is the tool that I'm using right now. That's the big flat thing that has the rounded handle at the end, just to kind of help open it. Oh my gosh.
And you just went for it. Like, I was so scared because, like, last semester, I don't know if you saw, but I was putting, like, crystals in glass. So I was, like, scared of, like, the integrity of, like, a fossil. It's like, I don't really know. Because I had crystals, like, pop or, like, just, like, twitch or, like, something like that, like on me before, like, as soon as they touched glass. So I was like, this is gonna be interesting. Like, I was worried for you. And I was like, this is crazy. I wonder if you can see the point that you're just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna do it.
It does kind of get to that point, doesn't it? Where you're just like, yeah, okay. We're gonna do it.
Yeah.
You kind of just have to make those calls, though, because it's not like you have a lot of work time. You gotta just make the call or it doesn't get done. You gotta be impulsive.
Yeah, this was a really interesting way to, like, I just enjoyed the whole process. I was like, we're getting something in there, like we're making this vessel to put something inside of it.
Yeah, it's kind of nice with the purpose.
To do it all in one go was just so
Yeah.
fun, especially with the elbow transfer, like so
Everything's
like,
with intent.
so fun.
Oh, yo, Matias, we got a lamp worker in chat.
That's pretty wild.
Chad,
Lamp working-
U42. Oh, we got a lamp worker. What do you like to
Lamp
make?
working?
I need to know. Get the glass chat rolling.
Kenji's making a fish right now.
Yeah, we're making a
Yeesh.
fish. A fish that's gonna have a fossil inside of it. So I'm looking at alternative methods of display. So I have a series of fossils that I'm making these display cases for, but the display cases look like what the actual like fossil looked like, you know, when it was alive. So looking at using glass as more than a material for like construction and protection, but more than that, looking at it as like a means of representation and artistic and educational, like an educational tool as well. So the vessel is supposed to act as a protective barrier for the fossil so that it can be maintained. Also, just, you know, have obviously optically clear so you can see the fossil well. Using bits of solid glass as well gives it little like magnifying lenses almost. Like you can look through the fins and it'll magnify the fossil in spots. It's like a little built-in magnifying glass. Like it's actually super cool what you can do. Chad says he makes pipes and pendants mostly. That's sweet.
That is sweet. I have always wanted to learn how to flame work, and one day I will. I'm sure of it, but
I only just started this year flame working, and I've only really done on mandrel stuff, beads, cabochons, stuff like that. But I would love to learn off mandrel. It looks challenging, like making people that make like a little stone. It's like a stone cutting where it's a flat bottom and then a rounded top.
Oh, cool.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I totally agree with you. Like the free, like watching people make pipes or like just like reworked flame working, crazy.
I just see the pieces with all like the little clear rods just for structure everywhere so they can hold the piece while they're working, and it just baffles my mind. I'm like, how do you not get it to crack? How do you get the heat there? How do you do this? How do you not melt that? And it just baffles me. But I guess
agree. I feel like there's so much stress, but maybe there's not.
I feel like lampworkers look at us and they think the same things. They're like, these people are crazy. How did they do that? And I'm looking at them like, what the heck you doing? That's crazy. Yeah, Chad, you started in beads too, hey? I think it's a good place to start. It's like, it is a very different feeling lampworking than working with glass. I mean, it's the same kind of principles, but when you're working with a torch, that's a lot hotter. And I mean, the torch that I'm using right now is the closest thing that we get to that kind of torch in the hot shop. It is a lot different of a feeling, and you can get the glass a lot hotter when you're working with it on a bead and manipulate it a lot more easily for a lot longer. And it's just, I don't know, there's a lot of things that are very different about working with it that took me a little bit to get used to, but it's really fun. And I think it's cool being able to have both types of glass working on my tool belt, because I can literally pull my own glass rods to lamp work with in the studio. Even like I've done a couple pieces where I've like made a bowl or a cup with solid color, and then whatever color I have left, like whatever scrap color I didn't need for the piece, I'll pull into a rod and I'll use it in the hot shop, or in the lamp working studio, sorry. And then like I'll make something in the lamp working studio, like a little flower, and then I'll take the flower back into the hot shop and then I can put it on something, you know? Like you can like cross over the two different workings so well. It's so cool. And lamp working, oh my gosh, it is a lot more affordable, which is really nice. We'll have to get you going, Matias. We'll get you going.
I definitely want to try. Like, that's on the list of things to do. And now, like, you and now India that has it, it's just like, I really don't have an excuse to not try it, you know?
Yeah, and I can even introduce you to the ladies at the studio that I rent time at. It's super sweet. You'll love it.
Yeah, like that. It just sounds really fun. Like, it just, like, a setup is so much cheaper than like a furnace working studio, like. And
it's also,
just sounds, you can make just as intricate as work, you know?
Yeah, it is nice to be able to get that kind of detail and have it small. Like, it is something that's very unique to lamp working. Which I think a lot of people don't realize that there is a difference. I get so many people that contact me and they're like, oh, you're a glass blower, can you make this? And I'm like, no. They're like, why? I'm like, that's a different type of glasswork. They have to explain it all, but like, it's, you can see how much glass we get on these pipes. Like, there's making a little pendant. Like, I've tried to make small things in this shop. It's so hard. It's so hard. Like, you have to lamp work it.
Yeah, Never tried to make anything that scale of like tiny, but definitely. I wonder how big you can go on lamprey. I don't know why that's my first thought. Just huge rods.
I mean, I've seen, I guess if you're flame annealing it, you can work a little bit bigger, but I've seen people make, like, walking canes with lamp working. Like, you can get big, which baffles me. Like, the heat control for that just must be insane. But it must have to do with how you're flame annealing it. But yeah, people make walking canes and stuff like that. Like, it's pretty wild.
Yeah. I wonder how good your dexterity gets, like, just, like, spinning all the time. Like, I feel like we're spinning all the time, but, like, I feel like lamp workers are spinning maybe a little bit more.
It's a lot more, yeah, just with, like, your fingers and everything. It's definitely, like, it's a smaller, I mean, I cannot
There's
speak
nowhere
to this.
to set down,
Yeah.
you know?
This is questions for you, Chad. You pop up in chat and tell us how it's done. I mean, when I've done, like, my stuff on mandrel with, like, the beads and everything, it is a little bit quicker just because, I mean, it's a smaller mandrel, obviously, in your fingers move faster, but it's also, like, less movement, you know, for your whole body, so I feel like it's definitely not as, like, physically taxing as the hot chop. I find it's a lot more therapeutic, but it does come with its own challenges. Like, that doesn't mean that it's necessarily easy. Like, I'll pull up a picture for you guys on stream. One of the things that I've been doing recently, that's been one of my really popular items, is I make little pet portrait beads. That's been my little happy spot in the lamp working studio. Oh, where's the cute one? This one's a cute one. I love this one.
I actually really like your pet portrait beads. Like,
look at the little
so...
puppy. Yeah, I get people to send me.
Yeah, they're amazing. Like,
yeah, I just get people to send me a picture, and I just do my best. I usually make 2 of each. Just to make sure I can really get the resemblance and everything that I'm looking for, but yeah, this is kind of what I'm working on. But it's like, you can't, like, get that kind of detail on this kind of scale in the hot shop, you know? Like, it's just, and the color, I find even the color application is so different. Like, I can really get the glass hot enough when I'm lamp working to comb it, and you can still work with frit, but you can get smaller dot work. Like, you can just get so much detail with coloration, so I think, like, I mean, I do love making big crazy things in the hot shop, but there is a place for lamp working. We'll get you lamp working, Matias, don't worry. we'll talk about that later.
I think this is the point that you're just gonna use the fossil pretty soon here, because I've seen 2 failed attempts, so I think the 3rd time you just say fuck it, and you just go for it. Which is going to be my favorite part, honestly. Actually, my favorite part is going to be the break off on this one.
Yeah,
like
because it was so slick. Because essentially, what we're trying to do with this, that was the big challenge. So, normally when you're transferring things, if you're just making like a cup or something, you really want it to be placed on there kind of right in the middle, so when you spin it, it's perfectly even and on center. So you're just slapping something right on the bottom. You're essentially taking another pipe with a little bit of glass, you're attaching it to the bottom, and I'm breaking it off the pipe that it's currently on, so I can work on the other side. But with something like this, I can't put a punty at the end because I have all the detail and stuff there at the head. Like, I'll mess it up, right? And I need still access to that front to resculpt. So essentially what we're doing is we're making, I mean, it goes by many names. People call it an elbow punty, just curved punty, whatever. I get Matias to bring me like a little punty, little bit of extra glass. Oh yeah, there I go. Just shoving the fossil in there. But essentially we attach the glass, and then I get him to bend it to almost like a 45-degree angle, maybe a little bit more. And then we break it off with it at this really awkward angle, and he has to try to catch it, and then usually at that point, the punty, the glass is moving a little bit, so he has to get the piece to not touch the cold rod or it'll crack or not fall off. And it's like, oh, it's so fun. It's such a rodeo, but it was
so fun.
it's such a useful way to attach, like, and to transport the work, because if you know how to make that punty, you can, or like, you know, you can really place a punty anywhere on the piece. And sometimes it's a little bit awkward to turn. Obviously, things that are on center, like when the center of balance is all lined up and it's perfectly on center, it's easier to turn. And when you do an elbow punty like that, you usually want to try to keep it on center, but sometimes I find it's just difficult and you have to just work with something that's off. It does take more, like, manual labor to turn it, but man, the access that you can get to other parts of the piece just works so well.
Yeah, I want to try one, but I just don't have a project to try one on. Like, I don't have a use for it yet, but one day I'm gonna try it.
Make a vessel, but have it sitting in a bed of roses and just put roses all on the bottom, and then transfer it onto the side.
That'd be crazy.
That would be sweet.
Maybe, yeah.
There you go.
I think I've made like 100 roses this semester. Like, honestly,
Jeez.
like I've made, like, I wasn't counting them, but I was like just like seeing how much I have, and it's like it's a gross amount. Like, and I have an idea. Those are gonna go onto like my sculpture things, I think, like my wall sculpture things. Like,
do you want to explain to people in the stream how that process goes down of making the rose and then attaching it?
Yeah, making the rose. So like essentially I just get like a hot piece of glass, like a hot gather of glass, straight out of the furnace, and then with like a little piece of like some tweezers, like some really oversized tweezers. I just pinch along the sides until I get like, I make these petals, and in the center I pinch and then twist to get the little bulb of the rose created. And then I just create like a jack line, which is just like a line to separate where the glass is going, like where the glass is going to break off. And then to attach these, I usually have an assistant, so I'll get like a really I don't even know what you would call this, Punty, but it's like a super tiny arrow, like a super tiny like point, and it gets cold, and it's just like almost tacky. It's a very not secure punty. Like, I would never use this outside of like to hold an actual thing, but it's meant to just break off.
Just hot enough that it sticks, but not so hot that it fuses. Yeah.
Yeah, so I do that, and then I set it into this thing that's called a gas garage, which is essentially like a giant open flame inside of a small contained space, that you can move, that there's like sliding doors on, and you can move your glass from like one temperature spot to another temperature spot, so that you can control it going like however you want it, and you can take it out of that area and then break it off onto whatever spot on a future vessel that you want to put it on, using the torch that Kenzie is using in the video here, the one right in front of the bench.
Yeah. The gas garage is just kind of for either warming up or keeping pieces warm. Usually 515 degrees Celsius is kind of the sweet spot for things to be warm enough that they're not breaking, but also not so hot that they're getting like melty and they're picking up like textures. So at 515 degrees, like, you can touch it with a tool and you won't leave a mark. But of course, if you're wanting to heat it back up to put it onto a vessel, you need to start warming it up again so that it'll stick. So having something like the gas garage, where if you move it further away from the flame, it'll be colder. If you move it closer to the flame, it'll get warmer. Just by physically moving the object, you could slowly heat it up and then eventually pick it up, put it into the reheating furnace, and then put it on your vessel. And you can just make those bits beforehand, which is a lot easier, because then you don't have to worry about... it's just one less thing to worry about when you're making something. I mean, something like my fish, when you're bit working, like, you know, applying bit working is essentially applying glass to a vessel, like more little pieces, like little bits, right? You have to worry about the heat, like I was saying before, of the vessel, and then the heat of the bits, and making sure that things don't cool down too fast and crack. And like, for instance, if I wanted to avoid that, which, I mean, for the fish, because there's just a few fins, it's not that big of a deal, but let's say I was doing a fish that had, like, I wanted it to be some really surreal thing and it needed 20 fins, it would probably be more productive for me to make all of the fins beforehand, heat them up like that in the glass garage, and then just stick them all on one after another. They're already made, I don't have to worry about keeping, like, things at certain temperatures. I can just stick them all on, got it good, break it off, and call it a day. So that is a thing, but I like bit working. I think it's fun. Like hot bit working.
Yeah, bit working is super fun, and like there's such a great extent to it. Like you can do like what I do with the gas garage, or you can do like Kenzie's way where you kind of just get it hot, but then like there's other ways of like what I've like essentially what I was talking about earlier in the stream, where I want to just break off a solid piece of work onto like a wooden paddle and just attach it straight on with no garage, like just in the moment.
Oh man, you gotta go so fast.
And that's just like another technique, whatever you want to call it, nonsense.
Yeah, there's like 50 bazillion ways to do anything, right? It's kind of, if you know the theory and you know kind of where your heats need to be, you know what to look for in the glass, like you can read its cues, you can pretty much come up with anything. I've seen people do some really wild things to make something work. What do you think, Matias? What do you think's the wildest thing, like the craziest thing you've seen in a shop, like done in person, in the hot shop?
Craziest thing?
Yeah, just something that blew your mind. You're like, I can't believe that worked.
Whew. Oh, man.
It is a big one.
I think I actually don't know. Like I think seeing Bobby work, like the old master's student work in the studio, was always like, oh my god, like everything he attempted was just so like, you're really gonna like in Calmo like this so many pieces, and then like in Calmo like the neck on, and like, it was just like, and then Calmo is just like a specific way to like attach layers of glass design
it's
on
essentially
top of each
like
other.
you take two cups and you're attaching them at the opening, so the lip against lip, they're kissing cups. But yeah, you can have like
That's
a solid
accurate.
blue cup and a solid red cup, and you attach them at the lip, but it's so hard because they have to be at the exact right diameter, like the exact same, and you can't have anything off, right? And then you have to attach it just like perfectly on. Like you have to have such good aim. It's such a challenging technique, and it takes a long time to prep because you're essentially making two individual pieces, right? You make your blue cup and your red cup. So that's already making two pieces, and then you have to attach them and make it into a bigger piece. So it's like you're making three pieces in one. And I know when Bobby would do it, sometimes he would like add another one on, and oh man.
No, like he would sometimes have like 4 or 5 encalmos on there, and it was just always like, and he would work cold, like
Verge of breaking.
like I don't know how it didn't crack sometimes, and it's just like that kind of stuff is like, it's just, not only was it huge in scale, but it was delicate work.
It just shows, I think, watching someone with their heat control just really shows how much they actually know about the media, because like I'm sure you guys can see too, as we're working, the hotter the glass is, it kind of has a glow to it and everything, right? Like you can really read where the glass is at by how it's moving and like the visible temperature, which it's so cool. And I fully intend to get some video for you guys as well. If you want to follow, you'll see it in the future, but getting some film of the hot shop in the dark, because it really shows off the heat. Like my glass right now, oh there, you catch it. It was your glasses. Sorry, I've been
That's
waiting
awesome.
for that all stream. But anyway, like my fish looks cold, it just looks like glass, but if we were to turn off the lights, you could see a dull glow to it. But yeah, like seeing people that can read those cues like it's their native language and be able to understand so much about the medium that, like, yeah. It's just they can just see
What
so
about
much
you?
more. I think for me there was a visiting artist that came in. His name is J. MacDonnell. You can Google him. He's got some wild stuff. Actually, let me see. I might even be able to pull up one of his pieces.
These pieces are crazy, intense, and scary, and oh my god.
Well, he makes these really large, almost kind of like, you know, twisty pieces like Matias does. Here, I got one saved. I'm gonna pull it up for you. Oh man, I'm gonna pull up this picture for you. This is crazy. Yeah, he makes these giant pieces. Some of them are sculptural. A lot of them he does like light shades and everything. Now he does a lot of production work to sell for like people's houses and stuff. But they're huge and they're really intricate and they have these really small connection points. And if there's anything that you learn with blowing glasses, small connection points when they get hot, right? Because as soon as it starts getting droopy at all, they're so hard to control. Like, oh my goodness. Oh my gosh, that brought up really tiny. Give me a second. I'm gonna extend this for you guys. Hopefully it won't be too distorted. He was doing he's doing a demo of a piece like this, where it has one piece, a little ball in the center, and another piece, and watching him connect those and break them off and create the entire thing, like, that thing is probably the size of a good portion of my upper body, if not more. Like, that thing would come up to my waist. They're crazy huge, and he just manages to whip that out somehow almost effortlessly, and it takes a lot of people, but, like, it's absolutely stunning. And if, like, I know it's hard to see in a picture how big something is. Oh no, this one's super big. I'll make it small again. Whoop. You guys get to see me fooling around on the back end of this OBS software. There you go. There's a beautiful picture. This is J. MacDonnell working on one of his lamp shades, like his light shades. That thing is huge. And you got like 3 or 4 people with these giant torches. They're actually like, we call them a tiger torch, but it's pretty much the same thing as like a roofing torch if you've ever seen people with those. You got like people blowing, like having those on there everywhere, so because he's trying to manipulate the neck, he's heating up that a lot, but he needs the rest of the piece to stay cold, but you don't want that to crack, so you have all these people with these giant torches just blasting it while he's getting his hand right in there under the flame and just like, it's wild, man. Glass blowers are crazy. We're crazy.
No. And watching both of those demos, like, and remembering them, like, that was crazy. I totally forgot that was a thing that happened.
Well, you always see pictures and videos of it, or like, you know, and I would highly recommend, if you guys haven't seen the Netflix series Blown Away, to go watch it, because it's such like a neat insight into what artists can make. And they're, I don't know if Chad is still in the stream at all, but there is a lamp worker that's actually in the new season, that learned to blow glass and went on and did work with the Ranger, like kind of sculptural work with the Ranger, which is really neat. But like, yeah, you see people blow stuff like that in videos, it's like, oh wow, that's really cool. And then you get in the room and you get to see physically, like, you can see their muscles, how much they have to like push themselves physically to move these and how much they're sweating. And then you actually get to be thrown into the mix and you get to help make it. And, you know, all of a sudden, like, you're holding the paddle, like you're holding a paddle to block the heat from his arm, and you're getting like the full force of the heat of this piece. And you're like, this is crazy. This is somewhat what someone does for like 12 hours a day for their job. And it's like, I don't know why people would ever physically want to do that to themselves, but for some reason I love it, and it's crazy.
Oh, we're about to transfer this.
We totally are.
Exciting.
Yeah, so you can kind of see how I opened it there. It's not necessarily the prettiest, but I can grind it down and polish it up and everything after. But the big thing is that the fossil fits inside, and it's such a tight fit, so it was really challenging, but... Yeah. Matias is making something called a crown punty. So essentially, instead of just having a straight blob of glass at the end, he flattens it and then folds it back over, so there's essentially a gap in the middle and then a ring of glass. And then he takes tweezers and he crimps it all the way around, so it kind of looks like a crown. But what that does is it provides... there's less of a connection point, first of all. And in theory, the crown punty is supposed to break off a lot easier and be easier to grind off afterwards. That's the big thing, is that when you grind off the punty after the break off, there's physically less material to remove. So it's supposed to be a lot easier after the fact. So that's what I'm getting him to bring, just because, I mean, let's be real here. If I have to do less polishing, that's the better. It takes a lot of time and a lot of effort. So I'm getting him to place it down, and then I'll get him to, like, move the pipe onto a 45-degree angle. And then the challenging part, and Matias took this like a champ, is that he has to rotate with me at the same time. So if I need to get access to the other side of the piece to like manipulate or cool anything, you'll see him try to like roll it underneath, but it's not like flats, and he has to do it completely in sync with me or it'll throw something off. And man, he rocked it.
Yeah, this was definitely, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely had to do a full rotation. This
Yeah.
was crazy.
Like, because what I'm
so fun.
doing is on that jack line, on that break-off point, I'm applying water to create mini fractures so that I'll tap the pipe, and with luck it'll just come right off, which this one did, unlike the first time where it crashed to the floor. So, little successes, right? Hey.
Yeah, that was so fun. That was such a learning point. Like that, I love that. I love that moment.
Now we got the
Like,
double doors. At this point,
I've
like...
never had to balance something like that. Oh, I was trying to. You were just like, oh, it doesn't matter. Like
You're like, I
I
don't
was
want to
like-
hit it. You're like trying to fix it. I'm like, no, just bring it to me. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, this one was a fun one too, because I wasn't anticipating it, but once we transferred it and it was at that other angle, you know, it's not just straight through, it's kind of on side. We got very close to not being able to fit it in the reheating furnace anymore, which, you know, if you can't fit it, you can't reheat it. Like, that's it. The
It's
piece is
over.
done. So it was a challenge, and it was really fun. But at this point, like, all I'm trying to do with the piece now is I'm just kind of finessing whatever I need to, and then we add the tail on the part where it attached to the pipe, so I don't have any like really raw spot on the glass. It's completely streamlined. Then we call it a day, and then that is where Matias makes his really cool goblin. And at the end of the goblin, then we're gonna have a little surprise for a viewer or someone that's active in the chat. I'll get a bonus prize. Can see me just try to get it where I want it on the pipe. So much
I totally
fun, man.
forgot we just went for the tail fin. Like we just went for that right away.
Yeah.
That was a flash decision.
Well, I mean, usually I would do bits after the transfer because it is a lot easier. It's a lot more to pay attention to, the heating on the bits and the vessel and everything and the transfer. Like, that's a lot. So often I'll just worry about transferring it, getting it onto the other pipe, then we'll add the bits. But with something like this, where it's such an awkward transfer, and the bits are small enough that they're easy to handle, it is just a lot easier just to transfer it and then finish it and get it gone, you know? From my experience anyway. I mean, everyone's going to make things a little differently. But this is just what I found has been the best. So... I'm like, no, I got a flash. That's what we call it when you gotta go take the glass for a quick heat. You call it a flash. Just a little flash of heat. Look at that power stance that I got going on. My goodness. I'm like, don't hit the door, don't hit the door. It's so funny to like look back and watch yourself work sometimes because you're so in the moment. You just do what you gotta do and then you look back and you're like, wow, that looks stupid.
I was totally trying to find the torch tip inside the glory hole for that.
You needed to get just as hot as you could.
Yeah.
Glassblowing's so much about being in sync with whoever you're assisting with too, because, you know, like you can see I'm trying to keep this piece warm and happy, so I'm having to go back and forth from the reheating chamber. But at the same time, Matias needs to have the tail that he's gonna bring me really hot so that I can like place it and cut it. We have to synchronize who's going into the reheating chamber, who's going out, when he's gonna bring it to me when I sit down, and it's just, honestly, it's kind of like a dance.
Yeah, definitely. It's like a dance.
And it's a lot of trust too, like just trusted your assistant that you're like, no, you know what, you got it. I need to do what I need to do, and I trust that you'll bring it and you'll bring it well.
Hmm.
It's fun. It's so fun.
I want to see this tale go on because I totally don't remember it going on, to be completely honest.
I remember it vaguely. I feel like the tail is when everything really comes together. Like, it's starting to look like a fish. You got the features, you got these little fins, but then you put on the tail and you're like, oh yeah, that's a fish. That's a fish.
Yeah.
You did a good job standing where we could get the camera angles. Not everyone does that. We gotta press it down. It was so hard to get. So the tool that I'm using here is called a diamond shear, quite literally because the blades form a diamond in the middle. It's what we use to cut the glass. Oh man, I have such baby hands, it's so hard to open them up around the glass sometimes. Again with the power stance.
Oh, I was totally getting ready to move the fish a little bit inside of here in case it didn't come out.
Yeah, because once we added the tail, you're like, no, it's not gonna fit. We did it. I
was confident it wasn't gonna fit. That was.
I just had to
tight
wait until it
squeeze.
started to droop just enough that it was at an angle that I could remove it. It was fun. Lots of problem solving. It was great.
Just a big snip in the middle.
Yeah, big snip, and then we got two little fins. And while I'm doing that, Matias is using the map gas to keep my punty warm, because at this point, like, when you have both of the doors open on the reheating chamber, it's losing a lot of heat, and like we've been saying, if you get the piece too cold, it'll crack. And if it cracks at that back part, at the punty, where the glass and the pipe meet, that's it. Like, you can heal it, like, by melting it back in, but it's really challenging to do, especially at this point, when I have so many bits and so much stuff that I can't overheat because I'll lose the detail. So he's just using the torch to try to make it happy again, bring some heat back into it while I work. And then right now I'm just using my crimps to, number one, get a shape and kind of flatten them out, and number two, they have the little stripes on them, right? So they get texture. Which worked really well.
I really love that you just you lit up the torch off of the torch on that spot.
It didn't light, I had to get flame somehow. And I had to do it then.
I feel like this has to be close to break off soon.
Oh, it totally is. I think I did that.
Yeah.
And I finessed one or two more things, and then that's it. Then it's your time to shine, my dude.
Oh, I totally went to go get the gloves, I bet you. Wait, I'm pretty sure I called Ricky Lee over to get the scissors on there or something.
Yeah, to try to break it off, I was like, not break it through. Sometimes that happens. Just because you get the piece down to the very end doesn't mean it's going to survive. Sometimes you'll go to break off the attachment, and the attachment will take, the attachment glass, the putty, will take a huge chunk out of your piece. Sometimes if your piece is too cold, you obviously hit it, you're putting shock through it, the whole thing will crack. Sometimes you'll just get a big chunk of the glass off that you have to grind off later, so it's... I mean, like I said, you never say you like a piece until it is on the plinth, because anything can happen.
Got the industrial kitchen gloves.
Yeah. Big Kevlar gloves.
The most.
I do have
I feel
a
like
few.
why isn't there a better way to catch glass?
I mean, we do have a big knockoff box that's lined with Kevlar that you can knock the glass into and then pick it up from there, but with some things, like, it's just nice to have someone's hands on the piece to absorb shock and just get it at certain angles. It is just nicer sometimes.
Yeah, 100%. Gotta film it in case it goes wrong.
Yeah, no, quite literally, that's what I did. I remember I even told you that. I'm like, I'm gonna get a good shot of this, so I documented that I have made one of these in case it dies. Oh my gosh. I do have a couple more questions from Instagram too, if you want to keep going with some Q&A. I feel like we've taken a break from it. If you could make any piece, like skill not being an issue, what would you make?
Ooh. I have no, like, probably not something far off from what I'm making right now, except with more beautiful Marini and like triple to quadruple the scale.
Just huge.
Just like insanely huge, like huge enough that I have to have like some guys that are like 6'8", like 400 pounds, like
Mhm.
lift this for me, you
Jeez.
know,
When you have, yeah.
like goals.
So you can see in the stream here, I'm just applying water to that where I want it to break. And then I'm gonna lift it up and tap it with the back of my, tweezers to put shock through the piece. And the hope is that where I initially put those fractures with the water, it's gonna crack off there. And it did. Happy day.
I really love the rush that you have right after the pipe
Gotta
is
hustle.
gone.
I gotta open the deal, and then the celebration. That's always the best part when you get back and you're like, yes, yes.
Yeah, the high five. Ready
It's
to
the
go.
best feeling. It's the best feeling. Oh man. It's so rewarding getting something in the annealer, and it's just like the relief that you get, and you're just like, yes, okay. We're okay until I see it tomorrow.
Little happy dance,
Little
for
happy-
sure.
I do my little dance. Am I ever? Oh man.
I hope
Right.
you get to see, I know there's a point that you get to see my disappointment picking up the small jacks.
After your giant ones. Oh man.
Yeah, it's just like a moment of being just like, what the, like, what is this? Like, this is,
Baby.
what is this child's toy? But yeah, I remember picking it up and it throwing me off so much because it's super light. It's
Yeah,
so
they're
much
tiny. I gotta
Yeah.
clean up all my infinite tools. I'm like, oh, it's your turn. You're not gonna want half the things that I brought out. 50 bazillion tools. I guess I never answered the Instagram question. If I could make anything, what would I make? I'd love to make a series of creatures, like go back to kind of when I was doing my body of work on like Precambrian and Cambrian fossils and representations of those and sculpting those creatures, but making them all at like all to scale. So like one of the creatures that I've made actually quite a few of. I have some for sale if y'all want. Kenzie got wares if you have coin. Are these little Opabinia. I can pull one up, but they're only about like 5 centimeters big. And then you get other creatures like something called an Anomalocaris, which are like a meter long. And I'd love to be able to sculpt like a whole array of these creatures all to scale in like full detail. That would be sick.
Yeah, that'd be beautiful.
It'd be like, imagine, I don't know if any of you guys in chat have been to the Drumheller Museum, like the Royal Tyrrell Museum, but the little Cambrian fossil room that they have there, oh man, I love that place, sitting there for hours. But it's like glass all the way around, and then like you walk on a glass floor and they have like giant sculptures of like the fossils underneath and in the big room. Like just imagine something like that, but all glass. Oh yeah, I gotta have my Tim Hortons. That's how you know I'm Canadian. That's how you know I'm not lying. From Canada.
See right there, I had my phone out. That's because I have my Bluetooth speaker because I'm convenient. I'm not hooked up to the speaker in the other side of the room.
I'm gonna pull up a picture too. I have a feeling this is gonna blow up really big, so bear with me here. This is the Opabinia. These are my boys. My little solid sculpty boys. You're gonna see me just mess with them for a minute.
Those are really
And I just make them totally solid using similar techniques that what you guys just saw me do on the fish with like dropping top pieces of glass, having an assistant bring it. Oh, computer, stop making sounds. Yeah, and I just put it all together and then I frost it. Yeah, of course. Give me 1 sec because I have a little hard drive that I use to put all the hotshop data on. And it just disconnected. 2 for 2. That's okay. I'll get this back up and running in just a second, guys. There you go.
That was literally just a second hit. Like that was a 1 Mississippi and it was good.
Yeah, I tried to be swift. Yeah, I do stuff like that and then I sandblast it. Just pelt it with what is it? Is it a carbide sand or something? I don't actually remember. I should know.
I think it's just grit right now in the school one.
Is it?
Pretty sure
so
it's
then
just
like
grit.
a silicon carbide.
Yeah, silica carbide combination kind of deal.
Someone that actually knows what they're talking about is gonna hear this and they're gonna be like, what? No.
Yeah, but who frosts glass that often anyways?
Me.
I don't think I've seen a frosted piece this semester.
Really? I've done a few. You can also use stuff like etching pastes are really popular, something like armor etch. I know a lot of jewelers use that for metal and people use it. Like you can buy that if you're ever interested in doing like really simple glasswork, go to Value Village, find some like pre-made cups, go to Michael's and get armor etch and you can use masking tape, you can use just any like vinyl, cut it into your patterns and then paint on the armor etch and it'll etch the glass, you know, obviously where you've cut away. And it just frosts it, and a lot of people use that for like custom decals on like wedding glasses and everything, just because it's like you leave it on for an hour and you have this really nice etched design that's super detailed. My little brother's in chat asking for help with his laptop. What are siblings for, right?
What else are siblings for?
You should,
this is when I
Cheers.
This is when I strip gather onto the floor. This is hilarious.
Do you want to explain to people what's going on with your colors? Because I know you see all the pickup and everything kind of off camera.
So right now I kind of just picked up a bunch of like pieces of cane that I had. And I just kept encasing them and blowing into them, and I twist them around so that they look just kind of weird and just weird strains of color all around. And I'm just gathering like a dumb amount of glass. And it's gonna be really fun because you're just gonna see me just put glass on the floor, like a lot of it.
Because he doesn't want a full gather on top. That's too much glass. He just wants a thin coat on the outside. So you're just gonna do a full dip and then just let everything strip off.
Yeah, and this is like I'm making kind of like a little goblin guy, kind of just like a little cartoon guy that I just tried making because I never make any. I just don't make like a sculptural work. Like I don't make like a cartoon, or I don't make like a fish like Kenzie just made. Like the closest thing I make to that is like flowers.
So
but
this is
that's
totally
about
new.
it. Yeah, this is like a new adventure. This is a dive into the deep end, really.
Ironic, because we're just making fish.
Yeah. Just deciding right now, just the waiting game of how hot is too hot and how cold is not hot enough.
Yeah. You got it too hot, then you'll get the color will melt off your piece and into the furnace, and then all your clear glass is colored glass, and then everyone yells at you.
Yeah, you're just the disappointment of the hot shop because you ruined the whole thing.
Oh, this is so beautiful. This is the best part. Honestly, this is where you actually get to see like hot glass just ripping. So yeah, this is what happens if you don't keep spinning. You always rotate, or you will make mess.
Yeah.
I forgot that I just picked this up.
And you can see that it's literally like glowing hot, like not just still on the floor, like that's. And right now I'm just clipping off the ends so that I have like the very specific amount of glass that I want, so that it's not too thick or not too thin. And I like working with the newspapers. Some people like working with the blocks. I think I just really got used to the newspaper at Hayden's because I still wanted to work kind of big, but I didn't have like blocks. And I saw there the first time that I was like hindered by something, I guess.
It is nice too because it's the closest that you can get your hand to the material. And I know at least for like myself, I'm a very tactile person. Like I feel like I almost should be lending myself like more to ceramics because you can like use your hands. If you need something smaller, you can push it with your hands, and or you need a hole here, you just poke it. But you can't do that with glass. You have to always use like some sort of like secondary arm, if you will. But the newspaper is the closest thing you can get to actually like manipulating with your hands. It's so nice. Oh yeah, there's the puddle.
Just putting it. Did you knock it into the clear? Oh, it was nice and clean because I probably already strip gathered on top of that little area there.
If we have like totally clear glass, it's not dirty. Doesn't have color in it. We have like a giant bin that we'll collect it all in and remelt it and recycle it. Glass is expensive. Making it's not necessarily like super great for the environment all the time, so the more that we can recycle the better. And especially if you're just like making practice things, or you know, like my little fish when that first one died, I mean that's perfectly good glass that can just be remelted down and made into something else. So if we can save it, and I know where he dumped all that glass was clean on the floor, so I just grabbed it on a pipe and it'll be melted down into a new masterpiece later. Or maybe not. Maybe it'll be a first year paperweight.
Maybe it will be a beautiful first year paperweight.
I still have my first paperweight.
I have my first ashtray. That's what I use on the daily.
I remember the first time I touched glass, they essentially did what Matias did. The instructor took glass and then just let it fall onto the marbles of the steel table, and then just gave us tools and just let us like poke and play, and just so we could feel what it feels like, because like I don't know, it's really hard to explain what playing with molten glass feels like until you get in there and you just do it and you see how it moves. You know, you pinch something, you pull it up, and then you watch it melt, and it's like, hey, how do I maintain that form? But yeah, they called them, it was our little glass poop making session. And yeah, I still have mine. I have it. I put it in. It's in my lizard's terrarium right now.
Yeah, that's the same thing. Was that Rob for you?
Yeah, that was Rob. I got him in my first. He was my first glass teacher. Now he's gonna be one of my last glass teachers. What a legend!
Progression.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Oh yeah, this thing got way hotter than I expected it to get.
It was big, and it was thick too. It was throwing lots of heat, and the color doesn't help.
I love that you can see the color spinning right now. Like that. Like those are all the little lines in the bubble right now. It's like all the color that I have on it, and like the different. I think this is a combination of lots of blues, yellows, oranges, and maybe one red.
It's neat because when you're seeing the glass hot, you never know what the color actually looks like until you get it out when it's fully cooled down. Like, you can't even sometimes tell looking at the color before you put it on the PCB. Some colors will react to the heat and the propane and, like, you know, all the gases in the reheating chamber, and it'll change color. So you never know until it's done what it's gonna look like. It's like a guessing game.
Yeah, exactly. And like some colors, like there are some colors you don't ever want to mix, like black and white are very like so polar opposite. Like white will never heat up and black will essentially just melt right away.
Yeah, it's like when you wear like a t-shirt on a really hot day, you usually feel cooler in a white shirt than you do with a black shirt, and it's just because the black holds the heat more. So a black color feels softer. So when you're like, you can imagine if you're blowing a bubble and you have black on one side and white on the other side, you can imagine the black side is going to want to blow a lot quicker and a lot larger than the white side. And it's really easy to get things uneven and crazy. Like, it's working with multiple colors is glass blowing's hard, and then you introduce color and it's on a completely different plane.
Yeah, this is a whole nother level, and some colors just don't like each other, or like some colors will crack if you put them like with other colors. Like, I know that some colors in the glass, like the bookstore where you can buy color, like you can't mix with some. Like, I know some of the like enamel whites are really hard to mix with like some blues. Like, it always cracks, or it's not it's not structurally sound.
Yeah, these like essentially different colored glass just has either different compositions of metals or some chemicals in it to create that kind of color. And some of them are just not compatible with each other. Like, you'll either have a reaction, so sometimes the color will like change completely. I have this orange, this really beautiful transparent orange, but if it hits any sort of blue, because of the metals that are in the blue, the entire thing will go black. Like, and like a opaque black. It's wild. So it's just, yeah, it doesn't mean you can't always use those colors together, but it means you have to have like a layer of clear glass between them, right? So that's when gathering and getting layers is really useful.
Yeah, glass blowing is like a low-key science.
Oh, totally is.
Like, it's so... I've never thought I've wanted to learn so much about what goes into color before.
Totally. Oh, it's so fascinating. And it's also cool that, like, you know, you get really used to... I don't know who's still joining us from earlier in the stream, who's new, but we were talking a little bit earlier about different types of glass and how there's different glasses have different compositions, and each type of glass is really only compatible with itself. There are some exceptions. So different types of glass have what's called a COE, and COE is coefficient of expansion, and essentially that's the rate at which it expands and contracts when it's exposed to heat or when it's cooling down. If you have glass that is the same COE, for the most part, it usually means it's compatible. There are some exceptions, like Matias was saying, like with different colors, sometimes they'll have a reaction and they just don't like each other. And when that happens, if you were to mix two colors, like, or two glasses with different COEs, often it'll just break. Sometimes delicately, and sometimes it'll explode.
Yeah.
But, like, yeah, as long as you're working within the same coefficient of expansion, you're usually fine. We work with what's called COE 96. And so, yeah, as long as you're working within glass, within that realm, you're usually fine.
Yeah, it's usually fine. I love those little moments. Like, I love and hate them when you're just like, oh, well, I guess I learned that those colors really don't like each other today.
Yeah.
Or when you're trying to make like a party frit. Like, a party frit is like just kind of mixing and testing colors to see if they like each other or not. So those are always fun to see, like, oh, these colors like each other. I'll put them in a group together. And then they create like a beautiful pattern after.
Thanks for the follow, Tiny Time Lady. Nice to see you stick around. Yeah, it's so much experimentation, honestly. Like, anytime that I've talked to, like, a visiting artist or a professor or just anyone in the field, and you see something really cool that they've made, you know, or that they've achieved, you always ask them, it's like, oh, how did you do that? And it's like, yeah, it took, like, years of failing first, or, yeah, everything that people learn is just from experimentation, you know? Just from going in and just figuring it out. Figuring out what works, figuring out what doesn't. You can learn as much as you can from, like, watching other people, seeing other people's, like, techniques and everything, but, like, I can tell you, I've had instructors that have been like super steadfast. Okay, if you want to blow a cup, this is the way to do it. And every instructor will have a different surefire way, and then you try it, and you can't do any of them, and then you find your own surefire way. Like it's just one of those things that you just have to figure it out. And once you figure it out for yourself, then you're good. I guess.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things that people are like, they like a certain way, you know, like everybody likes something a different way or does something a different way, but the results are almost always like the same results or can get you the same results. It's a weird thing of like just personal preference towards everybody's like type of glassmaking.
Yeah. Tiny Time Lady says in chat, love that. Makes you less afraid to fail. You learn from every experience. Yeah, you totally do. And I know we were talking about earlier in the stream, quite early in the stream, we had, I had a piece that I made that literally, we went to transfer it and it just fell on the floor and exploded everywhere. And I know I was saying earlier that I think learning how to glass blow is such a humbling experience. Because you do learn to not get attached to things and not get caught up in things and to take like failure and disappointment and things going wrong with I guess this is gonna sound so cheesy, with grace and dignity. But like actually though, like you do have to learn how to.
Sounds like something Tyler would say.
It totally does. Oh man. Does that surprise you though? That
No.
I'm becoming a Tyler?
No.
I literally made a fish, dude. Tyler's one of our professors. He's done work, you can see him and his wife's work at the Royal Tyrrell Museum. They're both amazing glass blowers. Yeah, but anyway, it is, you do have to get to this certain level of just letting go and, you know, taking things with grace and being like, you know what, no, it's okay that things went wrong. Oh, I am dropping my mic now. And we shall take that with grace and dignity too. I digress. Alright, I got a few more questions on Instagram we can go through as well. You just let me know when you want another one.
Yeah, let's do another one.
If you could commission any artist, living or dead, to create something for you, who would you choose and why?
Oh, I would probably choose Oliver Eliasson. I don't know if anybody knows him, but he's like an installation artist. And I would just have an installation wherever I live, like an in-house installation, like, because he does like just like
giant sun.
Yeah, that's something I would love to have, like just like in my apartment or something.
Give me a second, guys. I'll pull this up for you.
And his whole practice is like things like art that just doesn't exist without a viewer, like, is a big thing for him. So like, it would just be to like live in that. That would be my dream commission. Like, what about you, Kenzie? Do you have like a artist that you'd be like, that's it?
Oh man. I don't know if you know Katrina Weintraub. Oh man, I'm gonna have to pull up lots of pictures now. Give me a second. I gotta make this beak for you guys. Here's Matias's artist. And I'm gonna find mine. Bear with me here.
So beautiful. And that type of light takes all the pigment away from, like, the picture that you chose takes all the pigment away except for yellow and grayscale. And it's so beautiful. Like that, to live in that, commission that, dreamy.
I'm going on a whole adventure to find a picture of this piece for you guys. Y'all better like it. I hope so.
What artist are you? Oh, yeah, you were just saying.
I got it. Give me a second. I had to pull it up on her Instagram. She's primarily now a flame worker. She used to do a lot of kiln work, which is interesting. Like, I mean, I'd love to own a Garmezi. Grant Garmezi's a really sweet sculptor that does these highly realistic animals. I would love to own a piece of his. Like, those things are beautiful. But there's this specific piece from Katrina Weintraub, and she does these beautifully sculpted little animals and monsters and stuff. I must find. She did this one of 2 greyhounds that were suspended. There's a progress picture. She did these ones. She sculpted little mice and hung them from balloons. Oh my gosh, it was so cute.
A Grand Gourmezi would be crazy. Like, his
Sorry, this is taking a
animals
hot
are
second.
so beautiful. Like, I don't know if you saw, I think he posted it today, like a baby platypus.
Oh my gosh. He can make pretty much anything that he sets his mind to. Like, he just has the ability to see it and just understand how it would be translated.
Yeah, and they turned out so realistic. Like, I feel like that would fool me, you know? Like, if I just saw it hanging out somewhere, like no way I'd think that was fake.
They're absolutely insane. I know he does a lot of work with, he makes a lot of custom stamps for himself, like laser cut stamps, to like heat up and then press into the glass to create the texture of all the skin and everything like that. Okay, I finally got a picture up. I had to go into my files, find my school projects, go to my annotated image list, save it from the Word document, because I could not find it.
Damn.
Here you go. This is a piece memorializing 2 greyhounds, and they're sculpted from real greyhound bone structure and everything. She makes them in clay and then makes the molds and then kiln casts every piece, so it's completely articulated. You can move it, but it's 100% anatomically accurate. And I don't know, as you can see, I'm a sucker for frosted glass. I just love, oh my gosh, I don't know, there's a lot of other glass artists that I'm like, man, that's so pretty, I love a piece, but like, having that hanging in my house, oh man, there's just something about it, just that piece I'm obsessed with. Yeah, MTG Papa, they're a little creepy. They're so beautiful though, just the frosted glass, especially on a dark background, just gives it such a ghostly appearance. It's so nice. I'm a sucker for it.
Yeah, those are crazy. Casted glass is just like even another medium that I never want to try again.
No, you're not a fan?
So much work.
Yeah.
It's so much time.
Like how I was saying, Trina made that is she'd sculpt it all out of clay. She'd make a plaster mold, and then you essentially put, you know, your loyalty points that you've been earning, how they're called cullet. We all loop back around. You know, cullet, like your little glass chunks or whatever type of glass the artist chooses to use. You put that in the mold, you bring it up to temperature in a kiln so it melts into the mold, and then you bring it back down, and then you divest it from the mold, and then she frosts them and attaches them. But you have to understand, like, those are like to scale of a greyhound, and greyhounds are not small. Like, to make something in a kiln like that, it's not just as simple as bringing it up to temperature really fast and then shutting it down. Something like that would have to sit in a kiln for weeks to be able to get it stable. Just the temperature that it's sitting at. I mean, in the glass shop here, we're able to manually cool things down, and we're working with things that are, for the most part, not super thick. But when you have something that's that big and just solid glass, it has to anneal and just be ramped down really slowly in temperature, so slow that, a piece like that will literally take weeks in the kiln. And then sometimes it doesn't even, like, cast properly. Like, I remember when she was making it, she was posting progress images on her Instagram, and it would take her like 4 or 5 times to maybe get like a leg that worked, because you're experimenting with everything, right? Trying to get the right temperatures. And so if it already takes you like a week to get one piece out, just imagine how long that whole thing took to make. Like, it's insane the dedication that kiln working takes.
Yeah, that's something I can't I can't do. Like, I can't wait weeks for a project just to find out that it might not have worked. Like, I get frustrated waiting the 24 hours for annealing, basically.
I guess that is the one nice thing about glass is, like, as much as it's really hard work in the studio, it is pretty instant gratification.
Super instant.
Like, you can have it, like, just about a totally finished piece in, like, 48 hours if you really wanted to. Ground down everything, you could just get it done, like...
Oh, for
Super
sure.
nice. Are these your eyeballs that you're putting on right now?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, they totally are. These are so cute. They're like little button eyeballs. This whole character is so cute. I literally want to make a little ledge for him just to sit on somewhere.
Gotta put a little plant on him.
Like,
Y'all
I
should
should put a
follow.
plant in
You
him.
should follow Matias on Instagram, and then I will peer pressure him into posting pictures of this so you guys can see it when it's done. Because you better believe I'll post my pictures of my stuff, but I will make sure he does for you guys.
It almost looks really good with just one eyeball.
It's done like a cyclops.
Just like, yeah, or like a
Little fangs
stuffed
and all.
toy that like lost a button for an eye.
Oh, you could do one with like a little bit of cane like thread, like kind of draw the cane down like thread and just have it hanging off.
Yeah, I totally
That'd be
know what
so
you're saying.
cute.
That would be really cute.
Next time.
Honestly, I want to make this type of like little character into like cups or something.
Totally. Okay, you do need to look up Trina Weintraub on Instagram because she's doing a whole series of little flame-worked monsters. But you know, do you remember in the 90s there used to be those little plastic finger puppet monsters? The ones that you just
Yeah.
put on. She's making those, but out of glass.
Oh, that's actually a super cool idea.
Yeah, I remember using those, and they were like, some of them were just small enough that you could put them as pencil toppers.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's making a whole bunch of those out of glass, and they're so fun. She does some
That
really
is-
fun stuff.
Yeah, that's that's so fun. I just eyes. Oh, and then we just get to. I think I asked you for Maurice's on this instead of regular heat, so just 2 gathers. Let's go.
Get it bigger. These are doing the legs now, arms and legs, hey? Need a bigger
Yeah.
bit.
This, yeah. Again, totally unknown territory.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and I was totally shaking my head really hard so that I didn't have to flip down my glasses with my finger.
Okay, I got another Instagram question coming in.
Okay.
If you could instantly learn any skill, what would it be?
Metalworking so I can make my own tools.
I was gonna say the exact same thing. I was freaking out today. So y'all, I got to weld for the first time today.
What did you weld?
So for another project that I'm working on, I'm making a series of little pendant lights that I'm engraving and painting into, so when light projects through them, they project images on the wall. And it's going to be a full room installation that's inspired by H.P. Lovecraft's short story From Beyond. Fantastic. It's like literally only a few pages. You should read it. But I've been doing a lot of research into like the void and like the spectacle of the void, and looking at kind of unreachable areas, both like physically and emotionally and like cosmic, and you know, and that like kind of the realm of cosmic horror, if you will, kind of, if you want to give it a pop culture reference, but more so like the philosophy and everything. And when you're talking about an incommunicable space put into, like, manifested into something that's in front of you, that story just does a really good job of creating a scene and illustrating it. And he has such vivid imagery in there that, like, you can read it and you really can vision what that would look like. And I'm like, I really want to kind of make this space real, and so that's what I'm doing. And I needed to create a way to hang these pendant lights and have them rotate. There's 6 of them, and I need them all to rotate in different directions, blah blah blah, and be suspended. There's going to be 2 on each end of a pole that will spin around an axis times 3, and I need to build the actual, like, mechanism that'll hold it in the ceiling and spin it at a slow enough speed and blah blah blah. So that's
That
what I was
sounds
welding today, is I was actually
crazy.
making, yeah, well, I actually got an idea from someone to use barbecue rotisserie motors to spin it. Because they're slow.
Yeah, that's a smart idea. Or like, what are those things that go on top of baby cradles?
Yeah, the mobiles. The thing is about the mobiles is they're not strong enough.
Yeah.
Mind you, it doesn't have to like hold the weight of the glass. That's what the like I have a whole schematic if anyone's actually interested. I'll probably end up posting it on my Instagram because it's kind of neat. But yeah, I've built it so this sheet of steel is what's mostly weight bearing, and the way that I have it all rigged up is, in theory, the only thing that this motor has to do is just push it around. But it still needs to be a little bit hardy, and I looked at getting some other ones, but like you can get ones that you can control the rotations per minute down to like the nanosecond, but they're so expensive. Rotisserie motor is $12, so you better believe I did that one.
Yeah.
And they make a
I'm
really
interested.
eerie whirring sound. It's great. A nice little added benefit.
Well, yeah, that's interesting. Are you gonna install at the school?
So yeah, I'm gonna book into one of the gallery spaces. And honestly, I don't know how everything's gonna be going down. Normally, I would try to book into, especially with this one, I wanted to see if I could book into a more public space to allow other people to go in. But I mean, COVID has shut that all down. So likely I'll book into the space and I'll have the people that need to go through it, any professors, any instructors, classmates, whoever. Yeah, they'll have to book in to come see it, and then we're gonna do any crits online. I will 100% photo doc it to the nth degree, and I'll still have everything. I would love to, once COVID's done and over with, you better believe I'll be applying for some gallery spaces and just seeing if I can install it somewhere else, get the opportunity to do that. I mean, you put in all that work, you wanna use it for something.
I want to see it somewhere. See it come to completion.
Totally. I just feel like if it gets put up in a room for two people to look at and go, yeah, you got an A, or yeah, you got a B, you know? Like, it's just, it feels like you did it because you needed to and not because it's this piece of art. Piece of art needs to be seen.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Like, I feel like it's not done enough, though, unfortunately. Like, just from, like, other people. Like, I feel like, I don't know, I don't see enough people in galleries that have, like, just, like, amazing work. And...
Well, we gotta change that.
Yeah, definitely.
Alright, so while Matias is finishing up, I mean, he's got still a little bit left, but like 15 minutes left in this piece. I want to do a little English Q&A speed run. So if anyone is chilling in the chat and wants an opportunity to win another prize, I got some adorable little stained glass mushrooms that would love a home. They'll be signed, packaged, all pretty for you. If you would like the opportunity to win one of these, throw a question in chat. Doesn't even have to be glass related. It could be as simple as what's your favorite color, whatever you want. If you do that, I'll enter you into a giveaway to win one of those, and I will pick it at the end of the stream here. So think of a question, throw it in chat, and we can get another winner if people are interested.
Are those flame worked then?
No, they're not. They're little stained glass. Here, I'll pull one up on the screen if anyone is interested.
Oh, I know which ones. I've totally seen these on your story. These are, or on your Instagram. I really like these.
Thank you. I gotta find.
How do you feel about like stained glass, like the soldering and everything like that? Like, do you consider that like glass working, or do you consider that more like jewelry making?
No, I think it's glass working, especially when you're like looking at I mean, you would call a cold worker a glass maker.
That's true.
I think you have to pay attention to a lot of the same, and I mean, a lot of the same things in cold working, and Also, a lot of people combined, sorry, I'm trying to multitask to find this. This is not working for me. You have to, like, a lot of people will combine kiln work and, stained glass. I think it does have, oh, golly me, that is huge. I thought I had it preset to a size, but apparently I was lied to.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Now that it's baby again.
Yeah, these are beautiful. Like
Hope
that
y'all just
patina
like getting
glass
blank.
on the blue one, so dope.
Oh my gosh, it's gorgeous. They're just cute. They're fun. They're really nice for the summer. They glitter a lot. I got some dichroic in there, which is super glittery glass.
Oh, that crow.
We'll have to see how many
Agreed.
people are just listening in the background or actually wanting to be.
Yeah, that's true.
If anyone's actually out there, come get y'all's mushrooms.
Have you used dichroic glass in the hot shop?
I have not. I have not used any dichroic in the hot shop. I'd like to. I don't know. Do we have dichroic that's the same COE? I wonder. I've used dichroic in the kiln,
Yeah.
but yeah.
But
But I've done that with Bullseye.
I've used the sheets that they sell at Room by Yacht before, and they work.
Oh,
But
really?
I did pull cane. I pulled cane with them. Like I didn't use them as a coloring method. Like I pulled cane with them, and then I have bought like crushed up dichroic, from Olympic Color, and it worked really well. But it I feel like you have to use like an aggressive amount of it for it to like even like be worth something, you know, or like to it look for it to look actually nice. I don't know.
It's not super concentrated when you blow it out.
Well, it's not that it's not concentrated, like it's really concentrated, it's beautiful, but it's like super like spread out and kind of like how Frit is, but it's just like even more spread out than that because it's like dichroic covered in like clear glass, so it's like not the cover you want, but the color, like it's very strong. Like you just get like shit like glitter a bit essentially everywhere, and I don't know how I feel about that.
It's still pretty though.
It's kind of like making chunky adventuring.
Don't forget to throw your questions in the chat. Free little glass mushroom. No one's claimed it yet. Get free gift. Maybe it'll be worth a lot one day. Who knows? When I'm famous.
Smush.
Mushroom. Pretty for the summer.
So what made you make the mask of stained glass?
Oh, I guess I could pull a picture up of that. What inspired it?
Yeah, because that's huge and like
I guess you can kind of see a picture of it
down.
in my little profile picture. So the prompt that we had, this was actually for a class that I did during the big pandemic, like shutdown when we weren't allowed anywhere. And our prompt was like the whole class was called "Making in a Time of Crisis," and the prompt was about wearable art and art for like protection and camouflage and like the idea of masking. And I was really interested in this whole idea that, I don't know, I was thinking about it and I'm like, okay, why are people so uppity about wearing masks with like mandatory mask laws in place and everything? And I don't know, because to me, I guess it just, okay, let's see if this is going to be a huge picture again. Probably. Yep. Sorry. To me, it just didn't feel like a big deal. I'm like, this is supposed to be protecting me, you know? Like, and it made me feel more comfortable wearing it rather than uncomfortable. And I know each and every person has, like, I can understand, like, having something on your face can be a little unsettling and whatnot, but bottom line is, I was like, why is seeing people in masks and hazmat suits considered something that should be feared? Because isn't the act of wearing a mask protecting yourself? Shouldn't that make you feel better and whatnot? And I was looking at historical masks, historical, like, oh my gosh, I'm losing all of my words from this project. I was looking at masks used way back before medicine, like modern medicine was even a glimmer in our eye. Everything was like based on, you know, religious belief and whatnot. And especially in certain areas of Japan, you would wear or put up or just have a mask around that would ward off certain deities or like scare away or encourage like positive ones to come, and essentially like, you know, ward off deities that would bring illness. I don't know if deities is the right word, but that's what I'm going to use. Someone could correct me if they have a better term for it. But you would see people wearing these masks, even though people were dying of illness, and you'd see this mask, you'd be like, oh no, it's going to be okay. This is a good thing. This is a thing of protection. And this was the mindset for a long time. People wearing masks for ceremonies, for like healing, for like, you can see it across so many cultures, especially in like different like Aboriginal groups too, the wearing of masks and like powwow and stuff like that, and costume for calling for health and safety. And it was always a positive thing until we started seeing some semblance of like modern medicine and that knowledge that there's like a virus or something that's coming at us, and that's when you start seeing the plague mask symbol. And then that's when the mask, as we know, it kind of started becoming a fear symbol. Like that really seemed to be a shifting point in history where it's like, oh, scary illness. And it's probably partially because of the trauma of that, you know, pandemic and everything. And I don't know, I found it was interesting that the thing that is protecting us is also the thing that when we see, we fear it. And so I wanted to kind of reclaim the symbol and making something that's beautiful and like transparent and just looks very has this feeling of revival and health, and but at the same time still acts as a protective barrier. That was a really long roundabout way and horribly explained way. I feel like sometimes I should just bring up my artist statement. At least I sit and try to flesh those out. But that was kind of the that was kind of the intent behind it, was a reclamation of that symbol, reclamation of the symbol of a quote-unquote plague mask as a symbol of hope, because it means that, you know, there's protection, there's science being, like, you know, used, and I don't know if that made sense. You may interpret it how you wish, but that's all I'll say about that.
No, that made sense.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's a visual moment that you can see us kind of freak out about hearing or looking at the crack.
Oh yeah, do you want to explain? Because I don't know, because that's all happening at the back end, so you should explain to people so they can know what's up.
Yeah, so any moment now, me and Kenzie are gonna notice a sound and a little crack at the bottom of this vessel, or bottom of this sculpture.
Just got too
And
cold.
that just means it got too cold. And it's too late to do. We're not gonna throw it away at this point. It's too early. It's too late in the game. So we just kind of go with it, and we just roll with the punches, and we heal the crack. And I'm just trying to see if there's a visual moment of freaking out before that.
We just took the torches and just... It was like, no, usually you get like a crack like that, especially the location that it's at. Usually when you break it off the piece, because the crack went right through that break off point, it'll just mean it'll like destroy the piece. And we were like, no, this is too good. We're gonna make this work.
Yeah. And
we did?
I don't think, like, the glass did burn a little bit, but that was okay. Like, it was expected.
It lived. And it's at the
It
bottom.
lived. Oh, I copied you because I was scared. I was like, it's gonna get documented.
Yeah. So I like having the camera because even when things fail, you have some sort of like visual to say, okay, I can see what I did there. It has
Oh,
actually been really
yeah,
nice filming. Because I've been like, I go and I stream my glass blowing session and then I rewatch it and I can look and see and notice things that I did that I missed while I was blowing. And then next time I go in, I'm like, okay, I remember watching myself and I did this and I can't do that this time. And then yeah, it's actually been a really useful learning tool.
Yeah, I
Watching
can imagine
yourself.
that's like, yeah, that's kind of like how some like sports teams do it. They'll watch like the
Mm-hmm.
game reel, and then it'll be just like, this is where you effed up. Like.
Well, there's so much going on when you're in the moment, you just can't see all of it. Especially from a different angle, too, because you only ever see the piece really in one. Yeah. Oh, I think
So
this
right
is where we
here,
notice the crack.
we're just fixing it. having the double torches on so that it creates so that when the two torch heads hit together, it just creates like one more aggressive torch head.
Yeah. All the heat.
So
Melt it in.
that's what we're trying to do here, in a desperate attempt to fix this crack. And this was so fun. I think I even call another like associate of ours to come over and hold shears or jacks at the breaking point so that there's even better just at that one point so that it breaks easy and like the crack doesn't spread from anywhere.
Yeah, did everything that we could to make sure that it survived.
Yeah.
There, you see, you did the little lighty thing too. When you light the ranger on the torch.
Yeah, that's just fun though.
The ranger's got, the way that we have it set up is actually kind of neat. So you'll see there's that little hook that sticks out of like the stand. And when that pushes down, it stops the flow of gases to the torch head. And then as soon as you lift it up, the flow resumes. And then you'll see there's like a tiny little, like almost like a lighter flame there that you can just go and it'll just, hold it up and it'll catch. But if that goes out, yeah, if someone's got a torch on, you just bring it close and poof. Yeah, so you can see once it's on the hook that the flame just kind of dwindles and dies out. It's really neat. Conserves a lot of gas, keeps it safer.
Mm-hmm. Man, this was actually really scary. This was like the first time I had a piece crack this semester. Like that
Yeah.
was like somewhere that I wanted to fix. That I was like, I can't let this go.
Oh
easily.
Man, Love Like Luke is going for the double giveaway. He's the first and only one to ask a question to get the mushroom, unless someone wants to, get their name in the running. Love Life Luke asks, what is the favorite piece that we've worked on? Shoot, Matias.
This semester, it was probably the pieces that I made this day with you in India. Like, just like I explored so much and just things that I'm so not used to doing, and being in an uncomfortable state was definitely fun from where I'm used to being of like, I'm so sure of what I'm doing and being just like, yeah, this was a fun day. This was an extremely fun day. What about you?
I don't know, this semester I got to play a lot too with making, I don't know, I got a lot of my blown stuff done quite early in the semester, and I'm focusing more on installation methods, so that's when like all my welding and stuff comes in, so I've gotten a lot of opportunity to play with making pieces that aren't project related that I've just wanted to make, and doing lots of crazy techniques. So I've made this giant wavy bowl that's based off of Junji Ito's Uzumaki, and it has this really beautiful spiral on the inside, and I maxed out one of the big reheating furnaces doing it. It was super heavy and crazy, and oh man, it's not even necessarily my favorite piece that I've made, but it was definitely one of my favorites to work on. Like, it was just so much fun to make. Alright, we got 2 minutes left in this piece. Does anyone else want to throw a question on there and enter themselves in the giveaway? Then it'll just be you versus Luke. Oh yeah, Luke, you don't have to do the giveaway thing. This is This is the surprise one. It's just for people that ask a question. But you might be the only one. You might be walking home with two.
I wonder how many times we reheated this. I'm so curious. So far, I've counted 5, and I feel like that's too much, but
You gotta build.
maybe I'm just being hard on myself.
You gotta build
But I'm like,
heat
you could
back
have done
into it
this
with the
in 3,
crack, right?
motherfucker.
You gotta build heat back into the crack, right?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. Oh, finally.
Ready position. You gotta kind of have. You don't want to get water on the gloves, but you kind of gotta be ready in case it just drops off. I know that happened. If any of you watched my stream last night, that happened with a piece of Chandler's. Oh, there's Ricky Lee. Go go go.
Yeah.
Oh, you said I had a hustle. Love Life Luke
wow.
asked, is it consequential to reheat too many times? Like, is there too many times?
No, I just think it's really just a skill thing of like, I want to be at one place, and I should be able to handle the heat at
Yeah,
that
like
place.
an efficiency thing. Some
Yeah, it's an
glasses, though,
efficiency
like,
thing.
do have an amount of times that they like to be reheated, though. Like, some glasses will... Like, Bullseye is not a glass... Like, is a glass that you can reheat multiple times. You know?
Yeah.
Thanks for the follow, Shabby Penguin. Nice to see you stick around. Love Life Luke asks, I mean, if you heat it too many times, does it get more likely to crack or something? Not necessarily.
No.
It can get stiffer to work with, and you can have a risk of, like, burning or destroying colors or the glass. So you just won't get as good quality, or you won't be able to work with it as much. But for, like, what we're doing, the number of times that we're heating it, like, you have to heat it so many times to be able to get to that point.
Yeah, and, like,
to my little starting soon here, and we can keep talking for a bit.
Yeah, there's like a very small amount of colors that even like have consequences, like they will change if you heat it too much or too little. Like there's not very many colors that do that, and the colors that you do that, you're pretty aware of it before you use them, at least in my case.
Alright, I'm gonna give you guys 2 or 3 more minutes to ask questions, get them in there to enter the giveaway for the mushroom. So far we only got Love Life Luke in the running, and if you guys want to send him home with 2 prizes, I'm sure he's just fine with that. But if anyone else wants to enter, all you gotta do is ask a question in the chat. We'll ship it to you free of charge. I got one last question. Oh, we got another one from Luke. He's just full of questions. How do people make the little color shapes in solid glass? Do you mean like on not blowing, but you've always been curious, like inside like a paperweight, for instance? I can pull up a picture too. Let me pull up a picture and then you can... Oh, Shabby Penguin, this giveaway is just, you can just enter by asking a question. I just got a little thing going on the side. Yeah,
if it is kind of like paperweights, or what were you gonna say?
No, go ahead.
If it is like paperweights, then like a solid color inside of something, you kind of just have to put it onto there. Like you make the first layer, and that'll be like your color layer, and then you can gather clear on top of that, and essentially just like make whatever color, whatever shape or structure you want on the inside from the initial color, and then as soon as you put clear glass around it, it'll be like floating in there.
Yeah, and especially if you like, you can make stuff like that with our type of glass, you know, in the hot shop. But if you make it with lamp working, like with just the little flame, you can get like a lot more detailed things inside the glass, which is kind of cool. Shabby Glass asks, how many hours did it take to really start getting the hang of this art form?
I don't want to answer that.
I don't feel like I'm there yet.
Yeah, I don't feel like I'm there either. I feel like I'm learning every time I blow glass still, and yeah, that's
That's really where I think I'm at right now.
Yeah, I feel like it's something.
I think to get to where I'm at, 4 years of school.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it takes a
Like, I
while
don't
just to
even
be
think I
able
can.
to even make anything, you know, that is resembles anything what you like, but to like, it's one of those things that like you can kind of get the hang of it and work with it, but to master it, man, it will take you like your whole life. So
Yeah,
I guess it just depends how you
that's
look at it.
pretty true. Yeah, we're lucky enough to like go to school and not have to pay for it, because I feel like I would probably use so much money's worth of glass in a day.
Gosh. Yeah.
Like, to be able to mess up and just keep going, that's such a useful thing. I can't. So many hours of messing up, you know? That's what gets you to here, I guess.
Oh, 100%. Like I said, it's like a lot of it's just so experimental. You can't just like open a textbook and read. You just have to do it, and you have to fail to figure it out. Yeah, totally. Anyone else want to enter the giveaway before we shut her down and choose? Can take one or two more questions. If anyone wants to throw a question in chat, it'll enter you. Just want a cute little glass mushroom. Little mushy boy.
Shabby Penguin, I love making ashtrays. I haven't made one in a while, but they're really fun to make. Maybe I just find them fun to make because then they're functional for me.
I wish I could show Love Life Luke has direct messaged me a picture of the paperweight. And so yeah, that one I can see would just be built up in layers. So they would probably do the first gather, they'd make the little grass, kind of sculpt it, then they'd gather glass over top of that to get more glass, and then they'd, when they add the butterfly, what it looks like that they did is, well, one way that I could see how they did it, is you can use a little piece of colored glass, like a little cane, draw the body, do another little gather, and then for the wings, what they probably did is they put down color, and then they pushed in right in the middle to kind of make it suck in towards the body. Then they did another little bit and, yeah, rounded it all out. So it's probably, the way that I can see it's definitely done in layers, and then just sculpting the color, adding a little more, sculpting the color, adding a little more glass to kind of build it up. So that's, hopefully that answers your question at least a little bit. If I can see the glass in person, often, especially with hot glass, like the type of glass that we make, if you look very carefully, sometimes you can even see the slightest little outline of the gather, like a little bit of cording.
Yeah, just like the little tiny layers in between.
Yeah. Yeah, something you probably wouldn't even notice until you know what you're looking for. Super cool. Alright, last call for questions. And then I'll do a random number generator. Or flip a coin. If there's only two of you, we could flip a coin. You guys can call heads or tails. Alright, Shabby Penguin, do you want heads or tails? We'll flip the coin. Or Love Life Luke. Whoever calls it. Okay, Shabby Penguin calls tails. Let me see if I can, let me see if this works. That is a boring coin flipper. I want an exciting coin flipper. It didn't even show animations. Like, it just... Oh, here we go. This is what an exciting coin flipper looks like. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna go... Bear with me. I'm gonna pull up this coin flipper on the screen. We doing this right. If if it'll let me. I'm saying all this and then watch it take me like 10 minutes to get it working. It might not be worth it. Ooh. Oh, heck yeah. Okay, it ain't pretty, but y'all are gonna be able to see it with the new classic chicken sandwich. Okay, ready? And the winner is heads. Which I guess is Love Life Luke.
Damn.
Man's got it. Man's got the luck tonight. Alright, well, I will get in touch with you, Love Life Luke. And don't worry, guys, like, I'm gonna do lots more streams like this. We're gonna invite some other artists on. Maybe if you guys want to see Matias again, we can invite him back another time. We'll do giveaways with lots of them. I'll do some surprise giveaways for other things, so stay followed. Follow me on my social media. I'll do announcements on there too. Make sure to follow Matias. Make sure you're seeing what he's up to. Anything that you'd like to say before we sign off, Matias? Or any other questions before we go?
No, really, just thanks for watching, if anybody was watching from the beginning to the end, but I appreciate
Yeah, you guys
all
are
these.
great. Oh yeah, Love Life Luke. Last question. Let's hear it. Make it a good one.
Minute question.
I know. That's good. I'm happy with an active chat. I like talking with you guys. It's good to engage. Alright, how do you make the misty glass? So it's actually a technique that's called sandblasting or like frosting. There's a couple ways that you can do it. So if you want to do it, like, you can honestly do it yourself if you want it at your house. If you have, like, I was saying you could go to like Value Village, just get a cup or something, and you can get this stuff called armor etch. It's like a paint on acid that will eat away at the glass and etch it. But I use a technique called sandblasting, where essentially it's just a little hose with like a little gun kind of head hooked up to an air compressor that shoots. There's a couple different types of grits that you can use. Some of them are little glass beads. Some of them are more like a sand, like a carbide sand. That's what we use, and you can get them at all different grits to kind of get like the level of texturedness you want to, like the frosted kind of texture. And I hold the glass under there and I just pelt it with the gun, and it frosts right up beautifully. You can do the same thing with like metal. People use them for cars before they paint them. What did you think the answer was gonna be? Love Life Luke said that's absolutely not what I thought the answer was gonna be.
I have no idea what.
Would the sandblaster hurt? I mean, if you held it on your finger, it would definitely eat away at your skin. You can do something called sand carving, so if you hold it on a place enough, of course it'll just, the more it's on there, it'll just keep eating away, right? But if you just kind of give it a one pass, like we just kind of wear thick rubber gloves and you're usually fine.
Yeah, but you don't need the thick rubber gloves. I don't know if you were there when last semester when we took like that field trip to like different glass studios, or last year. And that one guy with the sandblasting studio just like doesn't wear gloves at all. Like the sandblaster's like open, like
just don't stick your hand in the line of fire.
yeah.
It's fine. Just like you got molten glass, just don't let it drop on your foot.
Like, I don't know. Glass is all about how much safety you personally want.
Yeah. People with home studios are absolutely insane. Like, you get some people, like, you go to an establishment and they have to do the safety measures to the nines because, like, liability. And then you go to someone's house and you see what they have messed up, like, rigged up, and it's like, oh yeah, here's my torch. It has no regulators. It'll probably backfire if I do it wrong. I'll lose my house, but you know it's cheap.
Yeah.
That's pretty much how it rolls as an artist. Oh man, my renter's insurance is gonna be so high. Oh no. I must find a good landlord. Glasswork greater than house, that's what Love Life Luke says. Sometimes it do feel that way, but you need house to make glasswork. Alright guys, well, we better sign off, get going. Better let Matias go as well for the evening. It's been a long day. Thanks for the follow on Instagram, Shabby Penguin. Glad to see that you're deciding to stick around. I know at least I will post the results of the pieces from this blow slot. They're ones for like a bigger installation. So yeah, it'll probably be a little bit, but I'll peer pressure Matias into posting stuff for you. But you can see lots of cool stuff on there too. And no worries, Shabby Penguin, if you didn't get to see more. Well, I'll stream lots. I do lots of just really chill glass blowing streams where I just let it play. We just put on some chill lo-fi hip-hop beats in the background, and I'm just here to answer questions on chat. I do some where I explain the process, and then we do these ones with collaborative artists, so there's always something fun going on here. Alright guys, well, we're signing off. Have a good night!